Okay. Shabbat Shalom, everyone, and welcome to this week's World Alliance of Qara'im Torah study. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. It's better. So, all right, first let me do a sound check. Can everybody hear me okay? Somebody let me know if you can hear me okay. It should be. Earth to audience, come in audience. Nanu, nanu. Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, great. Cool. All right. Talking about cool. Sorry, first of all, sorry about a little bit of the late start. But we're going to go ahead and do a full regular Torah study where I am. It's extremely hot today. It is now 102 degrees. Tomorrow the high temperature is going to be 104. And then on Monday it's going to be 106. And then it cools down on Tuesday to 101. So I'm looking forward to that cooling. It goes back down to the 90s and eventually the 80s. But it is like super hot here. But I don't feel it because we have the house like all locked off. We close off all the windows. We close all the shades. We put on the fans. You know, stuff I learned in Israel. Let's put it that way. So, okay. Here we go. We are going to be starting. I don't know. Everyone seems to love this parsha because we're done with the boring, laws about the sacrifices and how to make the temple and more laws and then counts of numbers. And when I say boring, as you guys know already, if you've attended these lessons before, I mean that sarcastically, because I find those sections fascinating. I mean, absolutely fascinating. And as I've said many times before, if you know how to learn them, then they are really hidden gems. There's so much information in there, so much information. As we did in, for instance, last week's parsha, where it spoke about a lot about the numbers, right? We had the recount, that was last week, right? Well, we had some narrative there. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago then. Anyway, that was the spies last week. It was 2 weeks ago when we had the recount of numbers 1. Okay, so no, 3 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago we didn't do a shiur. Okay, anywho, neither here nor there. So we are now going to start talking about a rebellion, which I guess is pretty apropos. Let me reshare the screen because there's some kind of rebellion or something going on in Russia. I don't know what that's all about, but I guess we'll find out. Probably the West is involved. They're always involved with this kind of crap. Anywho, not our concern, unless, of course, the world gets blown up by nukes. It becomes our concern, but at this point, not yet our concern. Okay, so we are in Numbers chapter 15, and we are going, Numbers chapter 16. And we're going to be talking about this dude, Korach. So we have 3 chapters. It's action-packed, these chapters. This is the kind of thing you can make a movie out of. You can't really make a movie out of, Numbers 1, where the different tribes are counted. You could, but it probably wouldn't get very high on Rotten Tomatoes. So probably better not. Okay, so, but here we go. We got some action here, some big time, Clint Eastwood level action stuff going on here. Movie worthy for all you budding film students. Everyone seems to be a film student. Everyone wants to be a film studies major for some reason, as if like the world needs that many film studies majors, right? I guess they get thrown out of their art history classes or their art history major, and so they had to go to film, as if anyone needs 90 or 50% of a graduating class of being film majors. Okay, anyway, I digress. So right, so we have this dude Korach. We'll just call him Kor for short, maybe Corey. And let's bring up the Hebrew. So first of all, the first question we want to ask, well, let's get into the narrative a little bit, right? But we want to ask, who is this dude, right? Who is this guy? And Numbers 16 is going to tell us exactly who this dude is. So, and just again, to get into context, we just finished, where are we? All right, so here we have some laws about sacrifices. We went through this last week, and then we had the Sabbath breaker. We went through this very quickly. The Mikoshesh Etzim, the person who's gathering wood, which actually is hard work on the Shabbat, not like ripping toilet paper or jotting down a phone number or something like that, which the rabbis say is illegal on Shabbat. But this actually is hard work, so it actually makes something called sense, something the rabbis are not too big on, things making actual sense and being actually, is another word, it's called logical, right? So they're not too big on that either. What they are is kind of, where did I hear this? I think Tucker Carlson talks a lot about this, about how like the left, they don't just want to change the rules of everything. They change the rules on purpose as a show of power. It's almost that way they have control over you when they know that they can control your reality and make your reality completely different from what reality should be, or from, I don't want to say objective because everything's somewhat subjective, but quote unquote objective reality. Okay. It reminds me of growing up. I was never a huge Star Trek fan, but I was never a Trekkie or anything like that. But I did watch Star Trek sometimes, and there was this one episode which I don't know. Hold on, I gotta get water. Give me 1 second, please. There was this one episode, and I'm sure I'm going to mangle it in my description, but it was basically I think Captain Kirk and Leonard Nimoy and Spock beamed down to a planet. Oh yeah, and I think the guy down there on the planet was some Ricardo Montalban, the same guy from Fantasy Island, right? You know, welcome to Fantasy Island. So it was that guy. He was like some evil guy on this planet, and he wanted to somehow convince. Okay, I'm going to really mangle this one. He wanted to convince Captain Kirk and Spock that there were 3 lights instead of 2 lights. So he would show them, he would sit them in this chair like as if they were being interrogated, and I don't remember what he did. He like starved them and all this kind of, who knows, whatever. Played mind games with them, and he would show them 2 lights, or maybe it was 3 lights. I think he showed them 3 lights, and he wanted to make them say there were only 2 lights, right? And so after lots of torture and mental torture, basically, the punchline is at the very end of the episode. Well, I think Kirk, if I remember correctly, Kirk gives in early, and says there are only 2 lights, even though there are 3 lights in front of him, or maybe it was whatever, right? And then Spock, being the logical one, holds out until finally, at the very end, if I remember this correctly, Spock says, "Yes, there are 2 lights. There are 2 lights," even though there are actually 3 lights shining in his face. And so somehow they free themselves from all that, and then Kirk and Spock are talking back on the Enterprise, and Kirk says to Spock, "Why did you say there were only 2 lights? You know there were 3 lights." He said, and then Spock, the logical one, says something like, "The funny thing is, I actually saw 2 lights rather than 3 lights." That's how much they had played with his mind and put him under psychological torture and duress, that he actually was able to see a different reality. Well, that's kind of what the left does, and that's kind of what the rabbis do. I'm sure I mangled all the details of that Star Trek episode, but that's the basic idea. And so that's what the left does, right? They want to tell us that there are not boys and girls. There's, I don't know how many genders they're up to or whatever. They want to tell us all kinds of bizarre things which are completely disconnected from reality, right? So if the United States doesn't change its ways, I'm sure fire and brimstone or nuclear weapons or something will rain down on it from the sky. And I have no doubt whatsoever that just as so many cities of so many empires in the past were destroyed and burnt to the ground by their enemies, such as Nineveh by I believe it was the Babylonians, such as Jerusalem by the Babylonians. The list is endless, right? I have no doubt that if the United States does not change its ways, New York will be razed to the ground by its enemies. No doubt. It's as sure as night follows day, because that is the rules of the earth. If you abandon the ways of Yahweh, if you abandon the ways of God, God is long-suffering, erech apayim, right? We read that, I think, no, last parsha, when Moshe was begging for forgiveness for Israel, right? God is long-suffering, but nakeh lo yinakeh, but he doesn't let things slide forever. He waits and hopes for us to repent, right? In the case of Nineveh, Jonah was sent in the book of Jonah, right? Jonah was sent to Nineveh and gave them the message that they need to repent, and indeed they did. They fasted. In fact, all of the livestock fasted for 3 days straight. All of the men, women, children, I don't know if it's children, I don't remember, but the men, the women, the livestock, all of the inhabitants of the livestock, and the livestock fasted for 3 days, and Nineveh was spared, right? But eventually Nineveh was destroyed by, I believe it was the Babylonians. So if we do not get back on track, if we keep on rebelling against Yahweh deliberately, whether consciously or subconsciously, and you can rebel against Yahweh subconsciously. We saw that last week in the case of the spies, right? We spoke about the 10 spies who their intentions were good. They had good intentions. They were just trying to warn Israel, hey guys, this is the Zematzav. This is the situation up there. You know, there are giants. There are fortified cities. You know, we can't. We got to watch out. All right, we're too weak. But so that was a subconscious sinning against Yahweh, or rebellion against Yahweh, because they did not have the proper faith in Yahweh, as did the two spies, Yoshua bin Nun and Caleb bin Yefuna, had the proper faith, and they saw things differently. They saw the same facts, but interpreted them differently. So you can have even a subconscious rebellion against Yahweh, as the 10 spies did, right? So, what was my point again? I don't know. Whatever it was, it was. Okay, so let's go on to Korach, talking about rebellions, who stage an outright rebellion against the leadership, the duly appointed leadership of Israel, just as the rabbis staged during the Second Temple period an outright rebellion against the duly appointed leadership of Israel. Who is the duly appointed leadership of Israel? Well, it's the king, specifically the Davidic line. Okay, but there was no Davidic line in control at that point. But there were Kohanim in control at that point, Hashmonaim. Who else are the leadership of Israel? It's the Kohanim, the priests, the Levites that helped the priests, right? The tribe of Levi. It's the line of David, and by extension, the tribe of Judah. It's the two tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh. Okay, it's the judges, and the judges in the time of the Tanakh were appointed by Yahweh, and they themselves were prophets. It's the prophets who received messages directly from Yahweh, and that kind of sums it up. It's the leaders of the tribes, the elders, right? The Nisi'im, the Skenim, okay? That too, but they are kind of more advisory councils or leadership councils than they are the actual leaders of the nation of Israel. So the rabbis usurped the duly appointed leaders of the nation of Israel and took over for themselves. So the rabbis are basically Korach and his gang. And the difference is Korach was quickly defeated, but the rabbis have still not yet been defeated, though I smell their downfall coming soon. Okay, let's begin here. We're in Numbers chapter 16. And we're going to go into Korach. So who is this guy, Korach? Let's find out. Okay, Numbers chapter 16, verse 1. Waikach Korach ben Yishar ben Kehath ben Lewi Dotan wa Aviram b'nei Eliav On ben Pereth b'nei Reuven. Okay, so we have a lineage for Korach. Who is this Korach dude? Okay, he's the son of Yitzhar. So Yitzhar is mentioned in Exodus chapter 16. Let's go check that out. I'm sorry, Exodus chapter 6. So basically, this is the Exodus story, right? This is where Moses and Aaron are sent to Pharaoh. Moses has just come from the desert. He just had the burning bush incident. And then we get genealogies. Okay, so And I shouldn't say we get genealogies. We get the genealogy of Moses, basically, and Aharon, right? It starts with Reuven, and then it starts with Shimon, only because Reuven and Shimon are the first and second born of Jacob, and Lewi is the third born of Jacob, and it is considered not respectful in Tanakh to mention the third born without first mentioning the first and second born. But really, this entire paragraph has to do with the genealogy of Levi. Okay, and we know that Levi had three sons, Gershon, Kahat, and Marar. How do we know this? Because 3 weeks ago, we learned, I think it was 3 weeks ago, we learned about the specific roles that each of these three clans of the tribe of Levi were to carry out. Okay, and basically the Kohanim are dealing with the temple or the tabernacle and its vessels. They're responsible for packing everything up and wrapping it. And then these three, when the Israelite encampment moves, these three clans, the Gershonite tribe clan, the Gahat clan, and the Merari clan, they are responsible for transporting it, different elements of it. And we saw even there was a hierarchy with the Kahat basically being the clan that carries the vessels themselves, wrapped up, but carries the vessels. Okay, meaning like the Ark of the Covenant, the tents, the most important things. That was the Kahat tribes, right? So Kahat, we see from that, is really the most important of the three clans. If we look at the encampment around the tabernacle, okay, encampment around tabernacle. So there we go. There's a good one. As good as any. So we see here that the three clans Moses and the Kohanim are on the west. I'm sorry, on the east, guarding the entrance to the courtyard and to the tent of meeting, because you enter from the east to the west. We've said this many times. But the next most important side, well, I guess you could argue maybe the west, but really the next most important side, basically for carrying. Once the Kohanim wrapped everything up, then the Kohat tribe, or the Kohat clan, I should say, were responsible for carrying those vessels. And the Gershon tribe and the Merari tribe, they carried less central things, such as the various poles and hooks and outer curtains and stuff like that. But it was the Kahat tribe that carried the most important elements of the tabernacle when it was moving from place to place. Okay, why is that important? Because that we see that Yitzhar is the son of Kohat. And let me just see one thing for a second. Yeah, let me just have more genealogies there. Okay, so we see that Yitzhar is the son of Kahat, okay, who is the son we know of Lewi, one of the three sons of Lewi, Gershon, Kahat and Merari. Gershon, Kahat and Merari, not to be confused with the son of Moses, who was Gershom, right? So Lewi had a son, Gershon. Moses named his son Gershom, ki gar haiti be'eretz nochriya, because I was a ger in a foreign land. Gershom means a ger or a stranger there, meaning in Midian he's speaking about. So, so basically, right. So let's see. Moses' father was Amram. Amram's father was also Kahat, and Kahat's brother was Gershom. So let's see. So that means that Gershon was, well, again, Moses's grandfather was Kahat. So it was his great uncle. Gershon was Moses' great uncle, Uncle Gershi, right? So he named his son similar to the name of his great uncle Gershon, but it was Gershom. Okay. At any rate, what's important here is that Korach comes from the Kahat tribe, right? From the Kahat clan. I'm sorry, I keep on saying tribe, but from the Kahat clan, and Kahat, and that's the same clan. It's not just the same tribe of Levite; it's the same clan that Moses and Aaron are from. Yes, Moses and Aaron are separate. Kohanim, the sons of Aaron, or Aaron and his sons, were given the priesthood. They became the Kohanim, the priests, right? But they are from Moses and Aaron are from the Kahat clan. They're just separated out separately. Aaron is the progenitor of all of the priests, and Moses, honestly, is just Moses, and we really don't know much about what happened to his descendants afterwards. I can't even think of any time they're even mentioned, to be honest. There might be a couple of places, but I can't think of any offhand. Okay, so but the sons of Aaron became separated out as the priests, but they are from the Kahat clan, right? So that's how related Korach is to Moses and Aaron. He's not just from the same tribe, right? Usually it's pointed out that Korach is from the same tribe. He's a Levite, and Moses and Aaron are Levites, but he's not just from the same tribe, he's from the same clan. In fact, let's see if we can go back here. B'nai Gershon. So we want to go to B'nai Merari. Wait, where's B'nai Kahat? So B'nai Kahat are Amram and Yitzhar. Okay, so now we're going to get even see just how close they are. So we know that Amram is the father of Moses and Aaron, and we know that Yitzhar and it's mentioned even here, right? B'nai Yitzhar, Korach, wa Nefer, wa Zichri. Okay, so and we have Zichri is also important, but we won't get into that right now. So Korach is one of the sons of Yitzhar. This is the same Korach, B'nai Yitzhar. This is the same one we're talking about here in number 16. Okay, so Yitzhar is the brother of Amram. That means that Moses and Aaron are first cousins with Korach. They share, their fathers are brothers. Okay, the father of Korach is Yitzhar. Okay, the father of Moshe and Aaron here, Aaron and Moshe. Okay, these are the sons of Amram. These are the sons of Amram. Okay, so Korach and Moshe / Aaron share a common grandfather. That's Kahat. That's the name of this clan, the Kahati clan, right? The Kahat clan. And Korach is first cousins. Okay, if any of you have first cousins, then you know how close that means, right? Cousins are like almost in many families. First cousins are almost like part of the family, right? They're the brothers. Oh, I'm going to visit my cousins, right? They're almost like extended siblings, right? So that's how close in relation Korach and that's how close the relationship is between Korach and Moshe / Aaron. They are first cousins. Okay. Right. And let's just point this out as long as we're at it. One second. Okay, forget it right now. So that's how close they are, okay? So that's what we're talking about here. So this is a rebellion by Moshe's first cousin against Moshe and, well, ultimately against Aharon, but against the leadership, okay? And then we have these other two dudes, so that's Korach, okay? the son of Yitzhar, the son of Kahat, right? So the great grandson of Levi, of Lewi, as we see right here. Okay. Now we have these two dudes, Dotan and Aviram, Bnei Eliav. Okay, so they're brothers, Dotan and Aviram, Bnei Eliav. They're always remembered because, well, we'll see what happens to them. And then we've got this other guy, On ben Pelet. Okay, so who are these dudes? Well, they're all from the tribe of Ruvain. Okay, so Ruvain was always the problem child, also, right? Levi, Shimon, and Ruvain, they're the problem children. That's why they get knocked off their perch as first. Oh shoot, I'm not even showing the guys. Please tell me if you can't see the screen correctly. I can't even believe that. Hold on a second. Share screen. Please let me know. I've done this. I do this from time to time, and you should be looking at the screen. Okay. So please let me know if I ever do that again. If you can't see the text that we're talking about. Okay. So here we go. So Dotan and Aviram. So once again, here, this is Korach. Okay. Korach is the son of Yitzhar, who is the son of Kahat. Okay. Yitzhar is the brother of Amram, who is the father of Aaron and Moses. That makes Korach and Aaron/Moses first cousins. And Kohat is one of the clans, right? Right here, that's the Kohat clan. And and then the father of Kohat is Levi, Lewi, okay, Levi. Okay, so now we have Dotan and Aviram. Let's see who these dudes are. So really, this is the first time they're ever mentioned. And the last time they're ever mentioned, no, they're mentioned later on. Let's just look here. Numbers chapter 26. So here we get another census or another genealogy list, and this time we're going to get a Reuven. Okay. So Reuven, Bechor Yisrael. This is Numbers 26, verse 5. Let's make sure you guys can all see this. So Numbers 26, 5. So I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but very quickly. So this is Reuven. Okay. Let's trace it backwards. If we get to verse 9, it says, Uvnei Eliav, Nimuel, we Dotan wa Aviram, hu Dotan wa Aviram, Kiri'e ha'edah asher yitzu al Moshe wa al Aharon be'adat Korach be'ha-sotam al Yahweh. So it says the sons of Eliav were Nimuel, Dotan, and Aviram. Okay. And then it says this is the same Datan and Aviram, Kiriyei Ha'edah, literally the ones who are called to the congregation or by the congregation, meaning leaders of the congregation, leaders of the community, Asheritzu al Moshe, that who made trouble for, rebelled against, contended with Moshe and with Aaron, Be'adat Korach, along with the congregation or along with the gang of Korach, Batzatam al Yahweh, when they rebelled or contended with Yahweh. Okay, so here we have our Dotan and Aviram, right? So there are three sons of Eliav, Nimuel, Dotan, and Aviram. Nimuel stays out of the whole thing, right? But it's Dotan and Aviram that get involved. They join the rebellion. Okay, their father is Eliav. Okay, Bnei Palu, Eliav. Eliav's father is this guy named Palu. Okay. One second. Where was that? Right. ראובן בכור ישראל בני ראובן חנוך משפחת חנוכי פלו משפחת הפלואי. One second. Right. So the sons of Reuven are Hanoch, Palu. Oops, just click on that. I didn't mean to. Palu and Chetzron. So Palu is the second born of Reuven. Okay. And Palu has one son, that's Eliav, and Eliav has three sons, that's Nemuel, Dotan, and Aviram. Okay. So Dotan and Aviram's father is Palu. Palu's father is, Dotan and Aviram's father is Eliav. Eliav's father is Palu, and Palu's father is Reuven. Okay? So that gives our lineage for Dotan and Aviram. And then we've got On ben Pelet ben Reuven. So On, so we see that Dotan and Aviram, their father is Eliav. Their grandfather is Palu. Their great-grandfather is Reuven. So Reuven is the great-grandfather. They're from the Palu clan. Okay? Mishpachat HaPalu'i. So they're from the Palu clan of the tribe of Reuven. And then we have the third guy, the third helper of Korach, and his name is, oops, where'd we go? And his name is On ben Pelet ben Reuven. Okay? So who is this On dude? So let's see here. One second. What is it named Pellet here? One second. Palu, Chatzron, Karmi, Ela Mishpachot Reuven, Bikudesh Shabbath, Palu, Eliav, Tiftach, I'm not sure why it doesn't name Pellet here. Okay, but anyway, we get Pellet's lineage here. Okay, so On is the son of Pellet, who is the son of Reuven. Okay, and so that means all of these guys are from the tribe of Reuven, which we know is a problematic tribe. They got chastised by Jacob and were knocked off the perch of the status of firstborn. And we see that On is actually a generation higher than Dotan and Aviram. So basically, On is the uncle, I believe, of Dotan and Aviram. Okay, so that's who we have. We have Korach from not just the tribe of Lewi, but from the clan of the Kahat, from the Kahati clan. And not only is he from the clan of the Kahati, his father Yitzhar is brothers with anyone from the clan of Kahati at that generation would have been first cousins with Moshe and Aaron. But nonetheless, his father is Yitzhar. Yitzhar is the brother of Amram, who is Moses and Aaron's father. That means again that Korach and Moshe / Aaron are first cousins. Okay, so that should put things in a bit of perspective. Okay, all right. So now that we've gotten that straightened out, let me close off some of these first of all. Okay, so now what do these guys do? Okay, so we've got four protagonists here. We've got Korach, Dotan, Aviram, and On. Verse 2. So now we're in Numbers chapter 16, verse 2. Yakumu. Bifnei Moshe. Wa'anashim. Bifnei Israel. Hamishim. Uma'atayim. Nisi'eh. Edah. Kirei Moed. And Shishim. So they rose up against Moses, and along with them, Anashim Ibnei Israel, and along with them, men from among the children of Israel, 250 men from among the children of Israel, Chamishim U'Ma'atayim, And who are these 250 men? It says Nisiei Ha'edah, usually translated as the princes of, well, let's see how they translate it here, but the usual translation is princes, leaders, they translate it here. Nisiei Ha'edah, okay? So Nisiei Ha'edah literally means the exalted ones. It comes from the underlying root Nasi, which again is usually translated as prince. Here it's translated as leader. Nasi comes from the underlying root Nun Sin Aleph, which means to lift up, okay, to carry or lift up. So a Nasi or Nisi'e Edah means the lifted up ones or the exalted ones from the community. So it basically means they were, they had important positions in the community. They were the leaders of the community. And then it says Kiri'e Mo'ed Anshe Shem. So the next thing about them, so we know they're Nisi'e Edah, the exalted ones or the leaders of the community. They're Kiri'e Mo'ed, okay, which is an interesting phrase. Mo'ed, well, it could be, this could mean a bunch of different things. So let me hold off, okay? The way I understand it is the Mo'ed is the appointed times, okay? Which are also called Mikra Kodesh, usually translated as a holy convocation, but it means that, this is gonna get complicated. All right, let me simplify. Kiri'e Mo'ed, and I wanna check a couple of commentaries on this. As far as I understand it, are the ones who declare to the congregation that it's time to come together for a particular holiday, such as Passover or Yom Teruah or the other Mo'adim, okay? Now, we could get deeper into that if we need to. And Anshe Shem literally means men of name or your name. Just like you may unfortunately know the name, let's say Joe Biden or something like that. He is an Ish Shem. He's a well-known person. Maybe Donald Trump would be a better example, right? So the basic bottom line is, I'm just curious to see how, let's see, let's go to Everett Fox for the heck of it. So this is number 16. 50, pretty close. Oh, shoot. Let's try 70. Oh, shot the landing pad a little bit, but okay. So number 16. Okay, so he translates it as those called in the appointed council. Okay, fair enough. And let's see how Robert Alter deals with this one. So this is number 16.2. One second. Mm-hmm. 1189. 1189. Okay, so he calls them as persons called, he agrees basically with Everett Fox, persons called up to meeting, okay? I'm not so sure. Kiri A, yeah, I guess Kiri A, because it's not Koremo A, it's Kiri Moed. Yeah, I have to go with that actually. The other thought I had was, well, I'm not going to get into it. Okay, I think they're right. Okay, so Kiri E Moed, let's go with Everett Fox's. Those called in the appointed council, meaning they were like, like council members, like they were members of the city council or members of the state legislature or members of whatever, Congress or something like that. Kiri E Moed, they were called to council. They were basically, sat in the council of elders, so to speak, or the council of leaders. Okay, Anshe Shem, we said, means men of renown or men whose name were known, literally. Okay, men of name. Okay, so we've got these four guys, Korach, Dotan, Aviram, and On. They're mentioned by name, okay? and then maybe another 250 or altogether 250. Maybe it'll become clear as we go on, but let's go with another 250 in the meantime. Okay, so another 250 leaders from among all of Israel. Okay, so the rebellion is led first and foremost by Moshe and Aaron's first cousin, Korach. His assistants are from the tribe of Reuven, and then another 250 just important people from all over the tribes of Israel. Okay, so what we see here is that this is not just a rebellion, right? This is not the common people rising up, right? Although no one in Israel was really common, but this is not just like the the peasants rising up, so to speak. This is a coup. This is more than a rebellion, right? This is not a peasant rebellion. This is a coup. These are important people who are basically trying to take over the leadership, trying to take over the government, basically. Okay? So if we think of a coup like in, I don't know, any good coups lately? I don't know. Think of your favorite coup. That's what we're talking about here. Okay? Which reminds me of a funny story. I had a very close friend. Yeah, I had a very close friend who he went with his mom. I was cracking up. This is one of my best friends back in Israel, and unfortunately, we lost contact. He cut off contact with a lot of his friends for some strange reason, which I've never been able to figure out. But we were very close friends. And he's the funniest guy on planet Earth. He had so many funny stories, and he told the story, true story, about how he and his mother decided to take a vacation to Brazil, I guess to Sao Paulo, and so they take a vacation, and they're in, I think it was Sao Paulo. I'm assuming it was Sao Paulo. So they visit Brazil, and they're enjoying their vacation, and they're in the hotel room one day or one morning, and all of a sudden they hear like loud explosions outside. they look outside their hotel room, and my friend says they saw tanks going through the streets, and they heard explosions and gunfire and all this kind of stuff. So they hovered in, they like cowered down in their hotel room. And maybe like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes later, it all stopped and it was all over. And eventually they ventured out and they found out there had been a coup. In that 20 minutes, the government had changed hands. And so they had actually vacationed during a coup d'etat in Brazil. And and when they left, it was already a different government, or 20 minutes later, it was already a different government than when they'd woken up that morning. Any rate, so just a funny story that comes to mind. True story. Okay, so right. So so what do these 250 people do? Now we're going to get down into the story, what they're up to. Okay. Wa yiqahalu al Moshe wa al Haron. So they what would be a good translation? Well, let's look at the official translation here. Yeah, they gathered together against Moses and Aaron, but it's really more than that. Yakalu means like they ganged up on. A kahal is a congregation. So they ganged up on, I'll go with. They ganged up on Moses and Aaron, v'yomru alehem, and they said to them, okay, and now remember, we've seen this now a bunch of times, right? When people want to, we saw this in last week's Parsha, when people want to make their stand in ancient Israel, and maybe even to a certain degree in modern times, but in ancient times, they always come up with logical reasons. They state their thoughts, their grievances. They try to come up with a logical reason for what they're doing, right? We saw in last week's Parsha that Moshe, when arguing for Israel, tried to come up with logical reasons to God, right? He said, if you kill all these people off in the desert, then the surrounding peoples, the Egyptians and the Canaanites, are going to find out that that's what you did, and they're going to say you did not have the strength to bring him into the land which you promised them, right? We saw when Abraham argued for Sodom and Gomorrah, he said, should the righteous be swept away along with the evil? Will the judge of the world not judge fairly or not make proper judgment, right? So even against God, logical arguments are used. Okay, and that's exactly what we have here. Korach and his gang are trying to give a logical argument for their, I'm never going to call it a rebellion again, for their coup d'etat against Moshe and Aharon, right? So, so Rav Lachem, okay, we've seen this phrase before in a number of different places, but Rav Lachem basically means what we would say in modern Hebrew would be examta. Okay, for those of you who live in Israel or have lived in Israel, you'll hear Israelis say it a lot. Examta, examta. You went too far. Literally means you've exaggerated. Okay, but it's like a very, like if you walk up to, I don't know, if you walk up to somebody and I don't know, you want to buy a falafel from them and you ask them how much a falafel is and they say it's 20 shekels and then you say examta, what you're really pushing it, like you're completely out of I don't know, I can't think of the phrase, but you get the idea, right? So Rav Lachem, examta, you've really gone too far. You've really I can't think of the phrase. I have a certain phrase I want to say, but it doesn't matter. All right, so you get the idea, right? So basically, examta, right? You've gone too far. Okay. Rav Lachem literally means Rav means great or large, and Lachem means to you. So it means this is too great for you. Okay, you've gone beyond what you should be going where you should be. Okay. And what's the continuation of the logical argument? Quote unquote logical. In their eyes, logical. Kol ha'ida kula kidoshim. Because all of the community, okay? Ha'ida, I think we said we're going to translate that as witnessing community. I think I actually have it here. I said I was going to translate that. Let me find that. If not, it should be on this list. It's not here. Ha'ida, right? Witnessing community, from the word ed. Well, one of the explanations from the word ed, which means witness, right? So it's basically these are the real Jehovah's Witnesses. When you see the word Ha'ida is usually translated as congregation or community. Here it's translated as congregation, but it really comes from, well, there are two possible etymologies, but one of them is it comes from ed, which means a witness. So it means the witnesses, those who witness the greatness of Yahweh, or perhaps they serve as witnesses to the greatness of Yahweh and proclaim his greatness, right? So they're basically, when it says Ha'ida, it literally means the Jehovah's Witnesses. These are the true Jehovah's Witnesses, or the Yahweh's witnesses, right? So Kikol Ha'ida Kula Kedoshim. So all of I'll just go with community for now, or congregation. Okay, but really, again, this really means the witnessing community, right? The Jehovah's Witnesses, the true ones. Kulam Kedoshim, because all of the congregation, all of them are holy. Oops. Okay? All of this congregation, all of them are holy. Okay? Ubitocham Yahweh, and Yahweh is among them. In other words, Yahweh is among all of them, right? Umadua Titnasu Al Kahal Yahweh. And why do you exalt yourselves above the congregation? And here, the correct word actually would be congregation, because kahal means to congregate together, to gather together, right? It's the same word as here. It's the same root as we ka'alu al Moshe, which they translate as congregated on against Moshe and Aaron, but that's a stupid translation because congregate just means gather together. But in this case, it really means gang up on, right? But a kahal is actually a coming together, or a congregation, a congregating together, right? Whereas Eidah, which is also here, they translate Eidah as congregation, and they translate Kahal as assembly. Okay, a little bit better. But Eidah is, again, the witnessing community, or the Jehovah's Witnesses, and the Kahal is really a congregation. Okay, so but anyway, so why umadua titnasu al Kahal Yahweh? Why do you exalt yourselves above the congregation of Yahweh? What the rest of Jehovah's Witnesses, right? So that's the logical argument. Let's read it again without all of my digressions and interruptions. Rav lechem, okay, you've gone too far. Ki kol ha'eda kulam kitoshim, because all of the community, all of them, every single one of them is holy. Ub'tocham Yahweh, and Yahweh is among all of them. Madua titnasu al kahal Yahweh. So why do you exalt yourselves above the congregation of Yahweh? You hear the argument, right? This is the classic. I always like to say this is the classic. What do they call it? Equity arguments, right? I just read an article the other day that certain. I think I read it today. I think it was on Drudge Report. I don't remember the exact details, but the basic idea was that teachers in New York City of a certain race, who will remain unnamed, but you guys can, I'm sure, use your imagination, failed the teacher's examination, the licensing examination, in numbers that were above and beyond the average. And so now they are, and so therefore they didn't become teachers, or they were not allowed to be teachers. But now that has been deemed to be unfair, and now they're reinstating them as teachers or something along those lines. Okay, so that would be the same kind of argument. This is an equity argument, right? Who are you, Moses and Aaron, to make a distinction? We're all great. We're all holy. We're all equal. We're equals here, right? It's the old argument that has been made back throughout eternity, right? To undermine, in some cases, rightfully undermine, leaders, but in other cases to undermine the duly appointed or elected or whatever, however they gain their leadership, the duly appointed leaders of an organization, a community, and so on, right? So that's their argument here, right? It's a rabble-rousing argument. It's an argument of not equality, of equity, and it's an argument that is meant to foment jealousy, okay? That is meant to foment the idea of, why do you make $250,000 a year and I only make $50,000 a year, okay? Okay, maybe in some cases it's because the system is unfair, right? But in other cases, maybe it's because, I don't know, maybe that person, worked his ass off to, rise up in a career. Not that career is the most important thing in the world, but if one does, dedicate their time to it, then, their life to it, then yes, they're going to end up with a higher salary than someone who decides to, sleep until 3 p.m. and flip burgers at McDonald's for the rest of the day, right? That's just the reality, right? So that it's, but and then if you come to those people who are flipping the burgers at McDonald's and say, hey, why is it fair that guy, who spent, 20 years developing a career in, let's say as an airline pilot, why is it fair he should get $300,000 a year and we're only getting $25,000 a year flipping burgers, right? That's the argument. It's meant to foment jealousy. It's meant to foment a rebellion of the peasants. It's meant to foment a peasant rebellion, basically, right? Which in some cases is completely fair, right? Maybe even in the modern United States of America, that's a completely fair argument because there is a lot of cheating, stealing, and nastiness that goes on. But in this case, it's not a fair argument at all, as we shall see. But that's what it's meant to foment. It's meant to raise the ire of those who are not in leadership positions, those who are not at the top of the hierarchy against those who are. And remember, it's not just the average people who are fomenting this rebellion. It's 250 leaders among the tribes of Israel, right? So it's a coup d'etat, and the coup d'etat is now trying to ligayes, what's the word in English? Trying to enlist is trying to foment the anger of the common people. Really, no one in Israel was common. Everyone had their lineage, everyone had their inheritance and land, et cetera, which is even more ironic, right? And that's exactly, we'll see the response that Moses gives, okay? But it's, we'll call them the common people. It's trying to foment the anger and jealousy and envy of the common people against the duly appointed, and when I say duly appointed, I mean you cannot get any more duly appointed than Moses and Aaron, as we shall see, right? As we already know, they were appointed directly by the word of God to be the leadership of Israel, right? So it's really a rebellion against God, and that will also be pointed out. Okay, so that's what's going on here. So we have a coup d'état of 250 leaders, okay, who really want to take over. They really would like to, kill off Moses and Aaron basically and take over the leadership of the nation, but they need an army. And where are they going to get the army? They have to rabble rouse. They have to rouse the ire of the rabble, and they do that with this quote unquote logical argument, right? We're all holy. We're all the same. Who are you, Moses and Aaron, to exalt yourselves, to make yourselves better than everyone else, right? They know that is going to rouse up the anger, rouse up the entitlement. There you go. Okay, so that's exactly, Phil. Nothing new under the sun. That's exactly what's going on here, right? It's almost like what is it? It's communist theory. I don't pretend to be an expert on theoretical Marxism, but right, isn't it the rebellion of the proletariat against the I can't even remember, whatever it is, right? That was also meant to rouse the rabble against the leadership, right? In that case, I guess it was the Tsar ruling dynasty of Russia, right? And then the communist revolution was meant to rouse the rabble, saying we're all equal, right? And that's exactly what communism was, right? It was an attempt, in theory, of course, it failed miserably, which is exactly why we need hierarchies and have hierarchies. But it was an attempt to say everybody's equal. It is basically the same argument. Not that I claim to be an expert in Marxism, but in my layman's right, communism, right? Everything we all own, we all share equally. We're all equal, right? It's a communist argument. Literally, a communist argument is what this is. Okay. Okay. So there we have it. Okay, 250 leaders led by Korach with his sidekicks Dotan and Aviram, and secondary sidekick On, along with 250 important people, nobility among Israel, raising or rabble rousing among the common people, saying, "Hey, you guys are just, you're sitting around. What I don't know, flocking sheep. You're a shepherd. You're just as good as Moses. You're just as good as Aaron. He's sitting there in the tent of meeting and." And talking to God, and you're sitting, you're picking up, you're picking up cow poop, off of, off of the farmhouse. You could be doing better than this, right? That's what's going on here. Okay, so now here's Moses' first response. Okay, why Yishma Moshe? Why Yipol al Panav? So Moses heard this, or Moses listened, and he fell on his face, right? This is a sign when you fall on your face, it's a sign of being distraught, right? It's a sign of supplication, right? He's going to beg these people to listen to him, right? But more than that, it's a sign of being upset. It's a sign of being distraught, okay? Verse 5. Why yidaber el Korach wa el kol doto. So he spoke to Korach and all of his congregation, all of his gang. I'm going to call that, whenever we see that, it's a gang. It's really what it is, okay? All of his gang. And he said, saying, okay, Boker wa yudah Yahweh et asher lo wa et hakadosh wa yakriv elau wa et asher yidharbo yakriv elau. It says, wait until the morning comes, okay, or in the morning, yudah Yahweh et asher lo. God will make known, Yahweh will make known who is his, okay, who he has chosen, okay, Wa'et kadosh, and who is holy, Wa'kriv elav, and he will bring him close to him, Wa'et asher yivcharbo yakriv elav, and he whom and those whom he chooses, he will bring close to him. He will bring them in. He will bring them close. Okay. So basically, Moses is saying, okay. God is gonna, your saying that we've raised ourselves up above the rest of the community on our own, okay, God is going to make clear, he's going to set the record straight. He's going to make clear what he wants, right? At the end of the day, Moses is saying, I'm not the boss here. God's the boss, okay? Yahweh is the boss, and he will make it clear. Remember, Moses is, of course, a prophet, so if he says to Korach and his gang that God is going to make it, that Yahweh is going to make it clear, then Yahweh is going to make it clear. He's speaking in the name of Yahweh, right? Clearly from the context there, okay? Let's see if we can get some interesting commentary here. We can go to good old Robbie Alter and just maybe look at one or two comments here to get some other points of view. Okay, so verse 1, Korach took up. Okay, so Robert Alter saying the verb, it is the first word here in the Hebrew text, is in the singular, thus thematically focusing on the principal agent, Korach, who becomes the archetype of the presumptuous rebel against just authority. And I think it's important here, right? These words, just authority, right? Moses and Aaron are appointed by God. You can't do any better than that, right? That's better than being appointed by an election, right? God is better than democracy. The function of the verb is nevertheless not entirely clear. The verb to take is transitive and should have a direct object, but none appears in the sentence. Abraham ibn Ezra, who we've looked at in the past extensively, well, I wouldn't say extensively, but looked at in the past, solved this difficulty by claiming that is an elliptical object. Men is implied. Others should take to have the idiomatic sense of take himself aside or rebel. This translation replicates the ambiguity of Hebrew. Okay, so he's making a grammatical point. If you understood it, very good. If not, no big deal. We're going to move ahead. Just the fact that this verb here doesn't have an object, wayikach. Okay, let's move on. So Dotan and Aviram, this is again still in verse 1. The conjoining of Levites and Reubenites is the first signal of an underlying problem in the entire episode, abundantly registered by the biblical scholars. Okay, and this is what we mentioned. Both we know that Reuven and Levi are they're problem children, right? They're problem childs. Reuven, Shimon, and Levi are problem children. Reuven he had the firstborn status removed from him because he slept with his father's concubine Bilhah, and Shimon and Levi killed off all the inhabitants of Shechem. Okay, and they had the second and third positions removed from them. This is a rare instance in which the editorial orchestration of literary sources, instead of producing polyphonic complexity, think about what that means in this context, generates repeated dissonance. I have no idea what Robert Alter is talking about, and I don't want to figure it out. All right, that's typical Robert Alter. Two rebellions have been combined: a rebellion of Levites for the priestly privilege, and a rebellion of Reubenites for political power. Okay, that's an important point, actually, right? So the Levites, that's actually a very important point, which I myself didn't even think of, but I think he's right on target here, right? So we have a combination. So we know that Korach is from, as we mentioned, from the tribe of Levi. More than that, he's from the clan of Korah of Kahat, and he's Moshe and Aaron's first cousin. So his argument is against Moses and Aaron being singled out from among the Levites for religious power, right? For having that special place in the tabernacle. Okay. In other words, the priests, the Kohanim, okay, and Moses also being speaking to God at the tent of meeting, right? And in a certain sense, I guess Moses was kind of a priest, right? Even though his descendants are not, he was in a sense, he was allowed, he went to the Ohel Moed, that's where he spoke to God. He was the only non-descendant of Aaron who was allowed in the Ohel Moed. So it's kind of a complicated story, because originally it looks like Moses may have been the one who his descendants should have been priests, but then we have this whole thing out in the desert back in Exodus chapter 3 with the or thereabouts, when Moses refuses a number of times or does not want to carry out the mission of going back to Pharaoh, and finally God gets angry at him and says, "Okay, Aaron is going to help you out," right? And Aaron at that point basically becomes involved in the picture and is eventually given the status of, he and his descendants are eventually given the status of priest. And Moses is not really a priest. He's kind of like, it's complicated. I don't even know how to really define it. But Moses is not a priest per se, but nonetheless he's the only non-priest who's allowed into the inner precincts of the Mishkan, into the Ohel Moed. That's where he speaks to God, into the tent of meeting. However, his children don't seem to be allowed into that at all. We never really hear anything about his children at all, right? So okay, but so Korach's argument is against the religious leadership, as Robert Alter is pointing out, and Dotan and Aviram's argument are against the political leadership, because, again, Robert Alter is speculating a bit here, but I think it's a good speculation, right? Dotan and Aviram are from the tribe of Ruvain. Ruvain was the firstborn of Yaakov, but Ruvain, he was thrown off his perch as firstborn, and so now Dotan and Aviram seem to be, they want to get that back. They want to get back what they lost, and the same with Korach. Korach is from the tribe of Kohat, but he's not a descendant of Aaron. That means he's not a Kohen. He's not a priest. He's not allowed into the inner areas of the tabernacle area. Well, actually, neither are any of the priests except for the high priest. But he's not allowed. He's not given the status of priest. And so Korach, that seems to be what he's upset about, right? So it's Korach being upset about not being part of the priesthood, and Dotan and Aviram being upset about not being part of the tribe that should, in their eyes, have the status of firstborn. Okay, and that's basically what Robert Alter is saying here. Okay, it is fitting that the latter should come out of the tribe of Ruvain, because for Ruvain is the firstborn who has been passed over in the struggle for political prominence. As the two stories twine around each other, it emerges that there are two different places of confrontation. For Korach and his people, the sanctuary, before the Lord, we'll keep an eye on that, where the trial of the fire pans occurs, and for Dotan and Aviram and their followers, the entrance to the tents. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. And there are also two different modes of destruction. The consuming fire engulfs the Levites, while the Reubenites are swallowed up by the earth. Okay? Perhaps this odd weaving together of the two rebellions was intended to suggest that political and sacerdotal power are inseparable, an idea that might have applied to priestly editors, but from a modern perspective makes it peculiar reading. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. Basically, what he's saying is that what happens, or the place where the rebellion occurs, is different for Korach, who is a Levite, and for Dotan and Aviram, who are Reubenites, and their punishments are different as well. We'll keep an eye on that as the story unfolds. Okay. Verse 3, they're all holy, right? So we go back to verse 3. This is the argument. This is here, Kulam Kedoshim. This is the argument that Korach and his gang are using against Moses and Aaron to rouse the common people against them. And Robert Alter has to say about that. Korach and his followers throw back in Moses' face the idea he has transmitted to them that all Israel should be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. Exodus 19:16. Okay, that's a good point. We could look at that for 1 second. Exodus 19:16. It's right before the giving of the Ten Commandments. One second. 19:6. So, you shall be for me. This is directed towards the children of Israel. Mamlechet Kohanim, a kingdom of priests. Goy Kadosh, and a holy nation. El Dvarim Atshet Daber El Ben Israel. These are the things which you shall speak to the children of Israel. Okay, so this is what God is saying through Moses. Okay, to the children of Israel. Right, you shall be for me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. So maybe now Korach and his gang, they've taken this a bit too much to heart, and they're like, well, if we're supposed to be a kingdom of priests, then why aren't we priests, right? We should all be priests, right? And we're all holy, right? So yeah, it's actually a very good point. And it just goes to show how, sometimes you have to be careful what you say to immature children, because they'll try to throw it back in your face, okay? It reminds me to bring up another story from my own life of when I went to college, and I went to a very well-known elitist college that shall remain unnamed, and I never really fit in there at all. And this was the kind of college where basically they were told, all of us students were told on a daily basis, you're the cream of the crop, you're the future leaders of the country, you're the best and the brightest. And I never really took it so much to heart, but I know some people did. And when you take 18-year-olds and tell them that they're the best and the brightest, the future of the country, the future leaders, and they're special and different from everyone else, you're essentially creating monsters, really. And some of those people have ended up getting into professions and stuff, which are pretty unhelpful to humanity. Let's put it that way. So, but it's the same thing here, right? God is saying to children of Israel, right? You're a kingdom of priests and a holy nation, right? And to some people who are a bit immature, that you're creating a monster, right? So that now comes out. So what Robert Alter is basically saying is, now this is coming out much later, right? This is exactly what Korach and his gang are throwing back at the people, right? Kulam Kadoshim. Everyone's holy, right? This is a holy nation. Goy Kadosh. Everyone's holy. Why are you making yourselves more holy than everyone else? Okay? Okay, good points, Robert Alter. Okay. Let's go to verse 4. This gesture, so Moses heard and fell on his face. This gesture of prostration ordinarily is an expression of reverence and self-abnegation, as indeed it is in verse 22. But here it would have to be a reflex of extreme dismay, right? We said that. Moses will promptly pick himself up and deliver an ominous prediction to the rebels. Okay. Let's close this up. Okay. Right, so this is verse 5. וידבר אל קורח ואל כל עדתו לאמור בוקר וידוע יחווה את אשר לו ואת הקודש ויקריב. So that's what we said, right? Tomorrow morning, okay, when morning comes, Yahweh will make known who belongs to him, or who is his, and who is holy, and he will bring close to him, and he will bring them close to him, and whoever he chooses, he will bring close to him, right? So Robert Alter's commentary on that is, the Hebrew adato has often been rendered as his band or his faction. And we're talking about here, we daber Korach. So this is Moses speaking to Korach and his gang, adato. But it is the term regularly used, as in community chieftains in verse 2, to indicate the legitimate organized collectivism of Israelites. And the point is that Korach has deflected a legitimate collectivity, the Eidah, into a mutinous break-off group, so the term needs to be preserved for both the legitimate organizations and the rebellion. Okay, I guess that's a good point. He's saying, again, Robert Alter is basically saying that by calling it his Eidah, that this means I guess, the community leaders, and that these are not just regular people, these are community leaders. Okay, it's kind of an interesting point. Bring close. In ritual context of the verbal stem, kuf resh bet almost always suggests the privilege of access to sanctified space and to divine presence. Okay, that's also a good point. That we've seen this verb before. This verb here, hikriv, where is it? Hikriv is used most commonly with sacrifices, with offerings, right? You bring an offering, and that's the same Hebrew verb here. So what Robert Alter is saying is that Moses is deliberately using this verb as a way of saying that Yahweh, it's relating back to this idea of bringing, of bringing it, or of being, specifically or special, holy, or as Robert Alter says, having access to holy provinces that others don't. Right? In the case of a sacrifice, when you bring it close, when you hikriv it, when you they usually translate that as hikriv, as, how do they usually translate it again? Offer. And so when you offer it, it basically becomes the possession of God, right? So that's the same. That's basically what he's saying here. That tomorrow, God is going to bring close. In other words, he's going to show who his possession is, right? Okay, it's also a good point. Okay, verse 6. So this is Moses's dare, I guess we should say, to Korach and his gang. Zot asu, do this. K'chu lechem nachtot Korach kol adato. Take for yourselves machtot. What are machtot? Machtot are censer dishes. Censer as in censer, right? They're basically these pans that you burn incense on. Let's look at a censer. All right. There you go. I don't know if it looked exactly like that, but right here, that's a nice one. A Nepalese classical metal incense burner. Okay. There you go. Only €8.48. Okay. No, I do not want notifications. Okay, so you get the idea, right? That's a censer. So now Moses is basically daring them, or telling them, bring your censers, you, Korach, and your congregation, your 250 gang members, bring your censers tomorrow, and we'll see, and let's put everything to the test, okay? Verse 10, Utenu bahen esh. Utenu bahen esh, and put fire upon them, right? So basically you're gonna light the incense. Osimu aleim ketoret, and place incense upon them. Lifnei Yahweh, before Yahweh, right? So this Lifnei Yahweh doesn't just mean anywhere. It seems to me it would imply in the inner sanctum, or in the inner area, maybe in the courtyard of the tabernacle. Okay, machar, tomorrow, which is a no-no, right? Only the priests are allowed to enter that area. Okay, wahaya ha'ish asher yivhar Yahweh, and it will be that the man, the people, the man whom Yahweh has chosen or will choose, hu hakadosh, he is the holy one. Rav lechem b'nei Levi, you've gone too far this time, children of Levi, right? And this is again being addressed to Korach. Okay, so that's the dare, right? Or that's the challenge that Moses puts to Korach and his 200 and his gang of 250, right? Isn't there like the gang of 7 or the gang of, I don't know? We'll call this the gang of 250, right? Bring your incense censers, CENSER, Fill it with incense, light it on fire, and bring it in to the inner sanctums of the sanctuary, or at least into the courtyard. I guess we'll see afterwards. And let's see what happens. Okay, if you're so holy, let's see what's going to happen to you. Okay. Now this should remind us of something. Right, like the Karaites. This should remind us of something. This story should remind us of something. And in fact, I always, for years, used to get, I wouldn't say the two stories mixed up, but the names, I would always confuse the two sets of names. So what is this? What other story does this remind us of? Anybody? This should really harken back to another story. Going once, going twice. Okay. Let's take a look at, let's see. It's going to be Leviticus chapter 9, I think. Thereabouts. Maybe before, no, maybe it's 10. There it is. Remember these two dudes? Nadav and Avihu? Okay, obviously the story's a little bit different, but there's more in common than might at first meet the eye, right? So let's bring over the English here for a second. So Nadav and Avihu were the first and second born sons of Aaron. So they are priests. They are Kohanim. Okay? They took their censers, put fire in them. Here in Numbers 16:6, I'll just go over to the English for a second so you can see the comparison. One second. Okay, you, Korach, and your followers are to do this. Take censers, and tomorrow put burning coals and incense in them before Yahweh. Here, Dotan and Aviram. Let's put this over here. Make it easier to switch back and forth. Okay, here Dotan and Aviram took their censers, put fire in them, and added incense. And they offered unauthorized fire before Yahweh, contrary to his command, right? So fire came out. This is Leviticus 10. So fire came out from the presence of Yahweh and consumed them, and they died before Yahweh. Moses then said to Aaron, this is what Yahweh spoke of when he said, among those who approach me, I will be proved holy. In the sight of all the people, I will be honored. Okay? That's the story. It's a really short story. Then we have the fallout from it, but it's a really short story. And there's a lot of commonality here, right? First of all, look at this statement here. Among those who approach me, I will be proved holy. In the sight of all the people, I will be honored. Okay? Before we look at some of the similarity in the language in Hebrew between the two stories, just understand what's going on here. Okay? Here, Nadav and Avihu, they are indeed Kohanim, right? They are priests. So they are allowed. Well, actually, they're not even allowed to take fire, because the only one who is allowed to touch the incense altar is in the holy area. It's within the tent of meeting, and only the Kohen Gadol, right? I have to remember back. Is it only the Kohen Gadol? All of the Kohanim? I believe only the Kohen Gadol is allowed in the inner area, and then in the inner area, the Kadosh Kodashim, the Kohen Gadol is only allowed on Yom Kippurim, on the 10th day of the 7th month, right? So if I'm not mistaken, only the Kohen Gadol is allowed to offer incense. So that would be Aharon at the time. But so Nadav and Avihu are, in a certain sense, they are rebelling. They're not doing it intentionally, right? They're not trying to be rebellious. Korach is trying to be rebellious. He's fomenting outright rebellion against the leadership of Israel, okay, against Moshe and Aaron, right? And I guess Moshe is the political leader, and Aaron is the religious leader of Israel, as Robert Alter pointed out. So, right, that the Levites are rebelling against the religious leadership, meaning Aaron, and the Reubenites are rebelling against the political leadership, meaning Moshe, who also happens to be a Levite. Okay, but so they're not trying to be rebellious. They're trying to do a good thing. They're trying to show how much they love Yahweh, and they want to. This is right. This is okay, right after the beginning of the sacrificial service, right? This is right after the installation of the priests, right? The priests begin their ministry. I hate that word, but Leviticus 9, okay? And here, Leviticus 10, then we have Nadav and Abihu, right? So they're like, oh my God, I'm so excited. Wow, we're finally starting up the, the cultic worship of Yahweh. We've been building the tabernacle. And, they want to show how much they, their love for Yahweh. And they bring this, and their love, I guess, for, the whole system and all this kind of stuff. And they bring these incense, they light incense, and they bring these incense censers, and God does not react favorably. He kills them. Okay, why? Because they did not do it according to the rules, right? They went above and beyond, right? Do not add and do not subtract from the laws which I've given you, right? They added, and adding, as I always like to say, and I've said for years now, adding to the Torah is just as bad as subtracting from the Torah, right? The Karaites, who are essentially a laughing stock in many ways, their main sin is adding to the Torah. They've added all of these ridiculous laws. I mean, all of the rabbinical Jews did, but the Karaites are maybe the most extreme sense of that, and they think they're so holy, but they're actually less holy than just a person who just keeps, what the Torah says and doesn't add all this ridiculous crap on top of it, right? So adding is just as bad as taking away. Adding is also a violation of Yahweh's law, just as taking away is from the Torah. And that's what Nadav and Abihu do here, right? And again, we could speculate what their mindset is, right? Their mindset is probably, hey, we're priests, okay? And we're holy, right? We are of the priesthood. This is our province, right? And we want to show, this. We want to show, how much, or we want to show our thanks to Yahweh, or maybe also there's a bit of arrogance there. We want to, show, that we can also bring incense in pans and censers, right? So let's just go ahead and do it, right? It's not like we're not violating anything. We're just kind of giving a little bit extra, right? But they are violating by giving that extra, right? And they're doing something which is really bad, which is, we know, right, how meticulous the laws of the sacrificial or the cultic worship of Yahweh is in the place where, in Yahweh's house, right, in the Mishkan and later the Beit HaMikdash. And we know that really any violation of it whatsoever is a really bad thing, right? We've seen that, right? There's a lot of atonement that has to go on, even for unintentional violation of the laws surrounding the cultic worship of Yahweh, right? So they're like, hey, we just want to, we want to give extra. You asked us for, for $5, we're going to give 10, right? But he didn't ask them for 10. He asked them for 5, right? So they think they're doing good, but they're really not. They're really not doing good. Okay, and they're killed. They're put to death. It's very similar here. It's a rebellion. Very similar to the Korach, right? And that's why I always get sometimes this day. I always get Dotan and Aviram mixed up with Nadav and Abihu. I have to come up with a mnemonic one of these days. But right, we've got Nadav and Abihu, the first two born sons of Aaron, who are now killed basically they're burnt to death by fire that comes out of heaven. And here we have Dotan and Aviram, okay, Reubenites, and they're also going to be swallowed up by the ground. Okay, but the point being that this is a more subtle rebellion, but it's also rebellion, right? This is a rebellion of, hey, okay, how can I explain it? Sometimes, okay, there's a group I used to be part of that they have all these little statements like to help you, deal with common everyday problems in life. And one of them was domination in the guise of service. Okay, sometimes we people will carry out, will pretend to be helping someone else, but they really want to dominate the situation or dominate the other person. It's called domination in the guise of service, and that's essentially what this might be here, right? They're pretending like they want to give extra to Yahweh, but what they're really doing is taking matters into their own hand. They're making themselves the boss, right? So there might be a little bit of arrogance, or at least spiritual blindness to to what their responsibilities are before Yahweh. It's not to add to the Torah and make up their own rules and then pretend like, oh, we're just giving extra, so it's okay. That's domination in the guise of service. They're pretending it's service, but it's really domination. They're trying to change the rules. They're trying to say, hey, we can violate Yahweh's rules, but we'll hide it in the guise of giving extra, of just serving him even more than, going above and beyond, right? Domination in the guise of service. That's exactly what's going on here. And that's a form of rebellion. Okay? That is a form of rebellion. It's adding to the Torah rather than taking away from the Torah. It's thinking that by adding to the Torah, I'm not doing bad. I'm doing even better, right? Just like the Karaites think that they're doing better by adding to the Torah, right? They think that by adding all of these extra laws that they've made up that they've pulled out of the thin air, they think by following all of these extra laws, and again, the Karaites are just the most, and the Karaites, for those who don't know, are the ultra orthodox. They're just the most extreme example. But all of the rabbinical Jews, right, have added to the Torah and taken away from the Torah, but a lot of adding to the Torah, right? When you separate milk and meat, and so you can't have you can't eat any meat with any dairy, then you've added to the Torah. Oh, but we're just doing extra. God wants us to do such and such. We're being extra pious because we love him even more. We want to show how much we love him, how dedicated we are to him. Nope, that's not the way it works. That's exactly the sin of Nadav and Avihu, right? They just wanted to be Haredim. They just wanted to do more. They wanted to go above and beyond. Okay, God asked for incense on the incense altar inside the inner sanctum, and they said, hey, we want to bring even more incense. Okay, we want to be like the Haredim. We want our peyot, our payas to go down to our knees. We want to to eat only the most strict kosher, right? We want to a million other laws that they've added on, right? Because we're the most pious, we're the most religious. And if you look at the Haredim, this is what they literally believe, right? I don't even want to single out the Haredim because it's really all of the rabbinical Jews, but the Haredim are the most extreme case, right? They think they're so holy, they're so special that there's no one in the entire world closer to God than they are, right? And I even remember, not on one occasion, but on multiple occasions, where there would be, let's say, a terrorist attack, there was one in particular that comes to mind where there was a bus bombing in Jerusalem on a line that was frequented by Haredim. I think it was the number 2 line that goes into the neighborhood known as Har Nof. And there was a lot of, I wouldn't even call it soul searching. It was more like complaining that, how could we, right? It's okay if the secular get hit with a bomb because they're rebellious, right? They don't follow the Torah, but we, the Haredim, we don't just follow the Torah. We follow the Torah. We go above and beyond, right? We're so pious. We are the most religious. We are the closest to God in the history of humanity. No one has ever been closer to God than we have. So how can our bus number 2 get blown up? It just doesn't make sense that God would do this to us, right? Say maybe the same about the Holocaust, right? And so I remember they were, I can't even call it soul searching because they learned absolutely nothing from it, but it was more like, complaining or almost like whining about, how could that happen to them? How could, they lose, they be punished by God, which is the way they perceived it. Probably, I don't know. I don't speak for God, but maybe correctly so. And, how could this happen to us? Okay. Yeah, we get it. It can happen to the Dati Leumi, the Kippah Sruga, the less religious Jews who wear the knitted kippahs on their head. Okay. It can happen to the Chilonim, to the secular, because they're just heathens, right? But to us, this can't happen. We're the Haredim, right? We add so much. We do above and beyond, right? Nobody does as much as we do. And that's just the point. They do too much. They're in violation of the Torah, and they don't even realize how much they're in violation of the Torah. And they're lucky, in my opinion, that Yahweh is kind and merciful, because if Yahweh were to really punish them, he'd probably just wipe them all out, right? And I've also been saying for years, and I'll translate this into English, okay? The Chilonim are the true Dati'im, and the Dati'im are the true Chilonim. Meaning, the secular in Israel are really actually the religious, the most religious, and the most religious are really actually the secular. And what I mean by that is that many of the secular, not the extreme leftists, and even them, because they might just be doing it out of being disgusted by what rabbinical Judaism is. This is why Karaism is so important. This is why it really needs to be brought to Israel, because then all of this will be sorted out. But the average secular person is really, in my eyes, far more religious than the average religious person, because the average secular person is much less likely to take away from and add to the Torah. And if they do take away from it, it's just because they're sick and tired, they're sick into their stomach by what the Torah is, because the only form of Torah that they know is filtered through what they see from rabbinical Judaism. But a lot of them, their hearts are much more clean with, again, you can't generalize. I mean, there's some wonderful Karaites, there are some wonderful Chilonim, there are some wonderful people and some a-holes from every single one of the communities that you'll see in Israel and around the world, the Jewish communities. But in general, I think there's a point to be made here that the secular are really more religious, are really the religious, and the religious are really the secular, because the secular see things, they don't tend to add or take away, whereas the religious tend to add and add and add and add, and think they're being more pious, but adding is the same as taking away, right? As I made a video many years ago, in fact, maybe I'll add a link to it, that's like climbing a mountain, right? The summit is at the top, it's a balance, right? If you go too little, you're not at the summit. If you go too far, then you go past the summit and go back down the other side. In both cases, you're below the summit of the mountain, right? You're taking away from the peak experience. And maybe I'll even link to that, so you guys might enjoy that video. Hold on a second. So I gotta go to YouTube. And I gotta take a break in 2 minutes to plug in videos here. Here it is. Do not add to and do not take away from the Torah. Let me grab this, share, copy, and come back over here, and I'll paste. So whoever wants, you're invited to take a look at that video. It's about this idea of how adding to the Torah is, I won't even say just as bad as taking away from the Torah. Adding to the Torah is taking away from the Torah. Lo tosifu v'lo tigra'u. Do not add to and do not take away from this law which I have given you, right? And that's exactly what Nadav and Avihu did. I shouldn't be laughing. It's a pretty sad situation, right? They added, thinking, hey, we're going to be Haridim, right? And then when their bus number 2 blew up, meaning when fire came down from the heavens and God destroyed them, then they're like, hey, well, they didn't say anything at that point because they were God, but they didn't think that was going to happen, right? They thought they were being extra, super religious, right? But they weren't being extra, super religious. They were adding to the Torah, just like the Haridim are not being extra, super religious. They are the laughing stock, in my opinion. They get some things right. Oh, they definitely do. But overall, you look at these people, you see one of these people walking through, Jerusalem in the middle of August, when it's like 103 degrees out, walking to their Rebbe's house at, after shul, after big Knesset, after synagogue on Shabbat day, walking an hour in 103-degree weather, wearing a long black coat and a shtreimel on their head, or at least a top hat, sweating so much that you can like smell them from across the street, right? And they're literally dripping water, and you're like, these people are a laughing stock. This could not be, anyone who does not know how to dress appropriate for the weather. That's like, my cats know to stay in the shade when it's hot and to go in the sun when it's cool, right? I mean, they don't even have the intelligence of a cat if they can't do that, right? So these are not wise people as they think they are and claim themselves to be and pretend to be. These are fools. These are idiots. If you're walking through 103-degree Jerusalem weather in July, sweating like a pig, then as if you're, back in the shtetl in January in Poland, you're not a wise man. You're an idiot. You're a fool, right? Is that why we don't have real fat Jews? Go to Mea Sharim. You'll see plenty of real fat Jews over there. They, they don't. Let's put it this way: they don't exactly work out at the gym very often. Okay, so I think I've kind of made the point, but I do want to point out that there's a very similar and maybe deliberate in the Torah. Like one story is maybe deliberately trying to reference the other, right? There's a similarity between what happened with Nadav and Avihu and the choice that they made, adding to the Torah, and with Korach, Dotan, and Aviram, right? Also, basically trying to, I guess you could say, add to the Torah, but at the very least, trying to disregard the order that Yahweh has put, right? It's very similar. In both cases, it's rebellion. The one with the sons of Aaron is a bit more of a subtle rebellion, but it's still a rebellion, right? And look at the response. So in Leviticus 10:3, Moses said to Aaron, this is what Yahweh spoke of when he said, and let's look at this in the Hebrew. Well, I'll read the English. Among those who approach me, I will be proved holy. In the sight of all the people, I will be honored. Let's look at the Hebrew on that one. And then I have to plug in. Down to 8%. Okay, so Moses. So Yahweh said to Moses and Aaron, Hu asher diber Yahweh. I'm sorry, Moses said to Aaron, this is what Yahweh said, okay? Bikrovai Kadesh. Okay? Through those who come close to me, I shall be sanctified, or I shall be made holy. Okay? Remember what Robert Alter said, right? Robert Alter said, I'm going to read it again, bring close. In ritual context, the verbal stem, kuf, resh, beit, almost always suggests the privilege of access to sanctified space and to the divine presence. Kuf, resh, beit. And this is in Numbers 16:5. Okay? And I'll read it again. Okay? This is Numbers 16:5. This is Korach and Dotan and Aviram. So he spoke to Korach. This is Moses speaking to Korach. Kol adato, and to all of his gang. Lemor, saying, when the morning comes, Yahweh will make known et asher lo, who is his, with et hakodesh, wa et hakadosh, and who is holy. We kriv alav, and he will bring them, okay, or bring him. Well, it doesn't say who, but will bring them close to him. Okay, and we have the word here, he kriv. Okay, if you notice here, the underlying root is kuf resh bet. Okay, the underlying word is karav, which means to bring close. Like in modern Hebrew, you can say something is close by, it's karov. Okay, again, what does Robert Alter say about that? He says, in ritual context, the verbal stem kuf resh bet, that's a verb right there that we just saw. He kriv almost always suggests the privilege of access to sanctified space and to the divine presence. So this is the word that Moses uses when he rebukes or when he challenges Korach and his gang. Okay? In the morning, God is going to make it known. That's Leviticus. Get to that in a second, right? God is going to make it known, and he will bring close with he kriv kuf resh beit to him. Okay? And it's a sheri yivchar bo yakriv elav, and he whom he chooses, he shall bring close to him. Yakriv, again, that same verb. And we have here in Leviticus 10, okay, verse 3, chapter 10, verse 3, talking not about Korach, but here talking about Nadav and Avihu, the first and second born sons of Aaron, when they brought that extra incense, thinking they were pious and being extra holy and extra close to God, and in fact they were then burned to death by fire from heaven, right? This is, so again, Moses said to Aaron, this is what Yahweh spoke when he said, Bi krovai akadesh. It's that same verb, kuf resh beit. literally means with those who I bring close, or those who are close to me, through those who I bring close, I shall be made holy, or I shall be shown as holy. Okay, or I shall be sanctified. Al penei kol ha'am achabed. Okay, and through that, and with that, I shall be viewed as holy by all of the people. Okay, b'krovai akadesh. Okay, I shall be sanctified. I shall be made. How do they translate here? Regarded as holy. Okay, by those whom I bring close to me. It's that same verb here regarding Dotan. I'm sorry, Nadav and Avihu, and it's the same verb here in Numbers. In Numbers 10:5 regarding Korach and his bunch, right? He will choose those who he brings close to him. So the two stories reference each other. Again, maybe deliberately, or maybe that's just the way it was. But they're very similar stories, right? In each case, God is saying, okay, I choose who comes close to me, how they come close to me, what the laws are, and if you violate that, you're not doing extra, okay? You, Nadav and Avihu, you're not doing extra, even though you're the first and second born sons of Aaron, you're not doing me any favors by bringing incense offer. You're violating the specific laws that I put down. You think you're adding to the Torah, adding is the same as taking away, gone, okay? And with Korach and his gang here, okay, you're not doing me any favors by trying to say we're all equal, we're all holy, okay? I know who's holy, I know who I bring close to me, and I know who I choose and why. So you're not doing a favor by telling me that everyone's holy. You're violating the hierarchy that I set up in Israel. Gone, right? And we'll see the similarity in which they go as well, right? We'll get to that in a second. Okay. I've got to take a 5-minute break because I have to plug in. So let me put a song or two on, and we will be back. We'll resume in about 5 to 10 minutes, at the latest 10 minutes. Okay. So, music.
רואים ולא יודעים מה להחליט, עפים הלוך ושוב ללא תכלית. וגם אני רוצה לעוף ללא תכלית, לקפוץ כנף עצי ענף, לעוף בלי להחליט, לאן? לעוף מעל עצי הגן, מעל ענן, מעל הזמן, ותמיד לשוב לכאן. ותמיד לשוב לכאן. הנה זיכרונותיי עפים אל יום אתמול על רגעים יפים, הנה הם כאן הנה הם שם, ואין הם מתעייפים. יום אתמול יביאו צבעים מעולים מלילות יביאו שירים ומדורות, מים ומאירים ומאירים חלום ישן כבר, הנה שגם אני רוצה לעוף איתם לשם. יום ישן, יום ישן, לעוד ארצי הדר, מענן מעל הזמן, ותמיד תמיד לשוב, ותמיד לשוב לכאן. נה 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 תמיד לשוב, ותמיד לשוב לכאן. נה 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 נה
אחד מי יודע, אחד אני יודע, אחד אלוהינו, 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 שבשמיים ובארץ. שניים מי יודע, שניים אני יודע, שני לוחות הברית, אחד אלוהינו, 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 שבשמיים ובארץ.
צדיק כתמר יפרח יפרח, צדיק כתמר יפרח, צדיק כתמר יפרח יפרח, צדיק כתמר יפרח, כארץ בלבנון תזכה, 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 כארץ בלבנון תזכה. צדיק כתמר יפרח יפרח, צדיק כתמר יפרח, צדיק כתמר יפרח יפרח, צדיק כתמר יפרח, כארץ בלבנון יזכה, 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 כארץ בלבנון יזכה. צדיק כתמר יפרח יפרח, צדיק כתמר יפרח, צדיק כתמר יפרח יפרח, צדיק כתמר יפרח, כארץ בלבנון יזכה, 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 יזכה.
שיר למעלות, אשא עיניי אל ההרים, מאין יבוא עזרי, עזרי מעם השם, עושה שמיים וארץ, אל ייתן למות רגליך, אל ינום שומרך. הנה לא ינום ולא ישן שומר ישראל, השם שומרך, השם צילך, על יד ימינך. יומם השמש לא יקקה וירח בלילה, השם ישמורך מכל רע, ישמור את נפשך, השם ישמור צאתך ובואך, מעתה ועד עולם. שיר למעלות, אשא עיניי אל ההרים, מאין יבוא עזרי, עזרי מעם השם, עושה שמיים וארץ, אל ייתן למות רגליך, אל ינום שומרך. הנה לא ינום ולא ישן שומר ישראל, השם שומרך, השם צילך, על יד ימינך. יומם השמש לא יקקה וירח בלילה, השם ישמורך מכל רע, ישמור נפשך, השם ישמור צאתך ובואך, מעתה ועד עולם. השם שומרך, השם צילך, על יד ימינך. יומם השמש לא יקקה וירח בלילה, השם ישמורך מכל רע, ישמור את נפשך, השם ישמור צאתך ובואך, מעתה ועד עולם. אוי 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 אוי, שיר למעלות, אשא עיניי אל ההרים, אוי מאין יבוא עזרי, עזרי מעם השם, עושה שמיים וארץ, אל ייתן למות רגליך, אל ינום שומרך. שיר למעלות, אשא עיניי אל ההרים, אוי מאין יבוא. איזו מדינה מיוחדת במינה, ממשלה לוחצת, מדינה נלחצת, איזו מדינה, איזו מדינה, איזו מדינה, איזו מדינה, איזו מדינה מיוחדת במינה, ממשלה לוחצת, מדינה נלחצת, איזו מדינה, איזו מדינה. אנשים בוכים, מחירים עולים, לשלם מיסים וגם כול, אין כבר עבודה, הקופה ריקה, אין ממה לחיות, סגרו את הלשכה. בכנסת הם יושבים, עלינו הם עובדים, לקחו החסכונות, הלכו הפיצויים, לנו כבר נמאס, דפקו לנו עוד קנס, גם על החלב הוסיפו את המס. איזו מדינה, איזו מדינה, איזו מדינה מיוחדת במינה, ממשלה דורשת, כסף מבקשת.
Okay, we're back. Okay, welcome back. This is the World Alliance of Qara'im Shabbat Torah study. And I am Hakham Melech ben Yaakov of the World Alliance of Qara'im. And we're going to continue in our Torah study. Let's see. Oh, maybe that's even better. Okay, so that one. Okay, good enough. Maybe that one. All right. So where were we? So let's move on. Okay, I think we covered the points. You guys get the idea, the similarity or the essence of the rebellion here. Okay. Right. Verse 8. So we are now in Leviticus, I'm sorry, Numbers 16:8. So Moses has just challenged or dared Korach and his gang to show up with incense tomorrow morning. Okay, verse 8. وَيَمَرْ Moshe el Korach, and Moses said to Korach, Shim'una b'nei Lewi. Listen now, children of Lewi. Okay, so who is he speaking to? Well, the only one we have by name here from the tribe of Lewi is Korach. Okay. Remember, everyone else that was mentioned by name, talking about Aviran, Dotan, Aviran, and On, are all from the tribe of Ruvain. So why is, what are you doing? I'm in the middle now. 1 second, please. Okay, sorry about that. So where were we? Okay, so Yomer Moshe el Korach Shim'una b'nei Lewi. Okay, so Moses said to Korach, listen now, children of Lewi, right? Children of Levi. Okay, so even though Moshe is addressing Korach, he's really addressing all of the children of Lewi, which would imply either that Korach's gang of 250 includes many members of Levi, of the tribe of Levi. Or remember that the gang of 250 is now then trying to rouse the common people, rouse the rabble, right? And so it would imply now that maybe the 250 have roused the entire tribe of Levi, or have tried to rouse the entire tribe of Levi through envy and jealousy and a call to equity, right? And that's why Moses is now responding to this, okay? Okay, verse 9. Hama'at mikem ki hivdil. So this is Moses again. We've seen this so many times before. When people want to say something, they're giving a logical argument. This is Moses' logical argument to the tribe of Levi, either because there are a lot of Levites represented among the gang of 250, or because the gang of 250 is trying to foment rebellion against the entire rest of the nation, right? Both from the tribe of Levi for religious leadership, and maybe from all of the rest of the tribes for political leadership. Verse 9. Hama'at mikem ki hivdil Elohei Yisrael etchem me'adat Yisrael להקריב אתכם אליו, לעבוד את עבודת משכן יהוה, לעמוד לפני העדה, לשרתם. Okay? המעט מכם, is it not enough for you, or is it too little for you? כי הבדיל אלוהי ישראל, that the God of Israel has set you apart, has separated you apart. מעדת ישראל, from the entire congregation, or from within, okay, has separated you out from the entire congregation of Israel, from the congregation, or from the witnessing community, right, the Jehovah's Witnesses of Israel, to bring you close to him. And here we have again, let's pay attention, when we ever have this verb lahakriv, right, that's a kuf resh beit, that QRB verb that we mentioned now a number of times, right, lakriv etchem, right, that's that verb which means to bring close specifically to him, right. Lavod et avodat mishkan, to perform the service of the mishkan. The mishkan is what's usually translated as the tabernacle, or the sanctuary. It's always translated as the tabernacle. And the mikdash is translated as a sanctuary. So the tabernacle, okay, avodat mishkan Yahweh, the mishkan of Yahweh, ulamod lifnei ha'ida lishatam, and to stand before the entire community to serve them, or to what's the word I'm looking for? To minister before them, okay? To minister to them, okay? So Moshe is basically coming back, and now it's very interesting because Korach's original argument, okay, is, if I can find it here, Rav Lechem. Okay, the Hebrew of so when Korach and his gang up against Moshe and Aaron, they say to Moshe and Aaron, Rav Lechem, you've gone too far. You this is too great for you. You've taken too much upon yourselves. Okay, and Moshe's response is, okay, so they're trying to say basically you've made yourself greater than you should. Okay, and Moshe's response is Hami'at mikem. Okay, ma'at is the opposite, or ma'at is the opposite of rav. Okay, rav means too great, or means great, large, great. Ma'at means little. Okay, so Korach and his gang said to Moshe and Aaron, Rav Lechem, you guys have gone too far. Okay, it's you've gone in over your head. You've made yourselves greater than you are. And Moshe's response to Korach, or specifically to the tribe of Levi, is, is it too little for you, right? You're saying I've made myself great, but you guys have also been made great, okay, tribe of Levi. You've been separated out from among all the tribes of Israel to have the special role, okay, to serve the service of the Mishkan, of the tabernacle, okay, and to minister before the entire nation of Israel, and to minister the service of Yahweh before the entire congregation of Israel, right? So they say Rav Lechem, and Moshe answers Hami'at Lechem, right? You're saying I've gone too far, but look how you have also been given special privilege, right? You're putting yourselves down by not realizing that you yourselves have also gotten special privilege, okay, or that you have also been given a very exalted position, not special privilege, I don't like that, but given a very exalted privilege within Israel, right? So Moses is reminding them, you're telling me that I've gone too far, but you yourselves, not to throw it back in their face, but he's trying to say, don't forget that you too also have gotten special status, right? You've been given special what did I just use? Not privilege, but you've been given a special role. You've been singled out from among Israel to have a special role, right? The entire tribe of Levi we saw was singled out to deal with the issues of the tabernacle, and very specifically, let's get rid of this censor. Where was it? Right when we saw the encampment of the tribe, right? So the entire tribe of Levi is right here. They're in the inner circle here, right? There's Moses and the priests and the Kohanim, but here are the other clans of the Levites, the Kohati, the Gershoni, and the Merari clans, right? So they and all of them, although it's the priests who actually are carrying out the sacrificial service, right? The Levites are also helping. They're the assistants of the priests, and they're also dealing with that. They're basically assisting the Kohanim to carry out the sacrificial service. So that's Moses's response to let me close this out now, to the tribe of Levi, right? You guys are also special. You're telling me that as if I've made myself something indifferent special, but you don't forget, you guys have also been given a pretty high status. So why are you rebelling against me, right? Be satisfied with what you've been given, because you've also been given a specific, you've also been singled out to be given a very important position within Israel. Okay, verse 10. ויקרב אותך ואת כל אחיך בני לוי איתך וביקשתם גם כהונה. So he has brought you close. Again, there's kuf resh beit. We see this verb showing up, or this root showing up again and again. Kuf resh beit. He's brought you close. Okay, God has brought you close. Wet kol achecha, you and all of your brethren, all of your kin, meaning the entire tribe of Levi, right? Achecha b'nei Levi, all of your kin, the children of Levi, okay, together with you, right? So this is Moses answering Korach, but speaking to the entire tribe of Levi. And here he says, God has brought you, Korach, and all of your brethren, or maybe speaking to each individual Levite and saying to them, he's brought you and all of your brethren, the children of Levi, close to him. And now you also want the priesthood. You're also requesting the priesthood, right? Again, what are we talking about here? The priests are the sons of Aharon, okay? But the rest of the Levites are the assistants to the priest, and they also have a role as judges or teachers or leaders, right? So the Levites, and they're also the guarders, the inner guard of the tabernacle, right? As we see here from the encampment diagram, right? So Moses is now responding not to the Kohanim. It seems like it's not the Kohanim who are rebelling against him, because they already have the position of being priests, right? It's the rest of the Levites, just as Korach, being the first cousin of Aharon, he's not a priest, but he is from the same clan that Aharon is, the Kohat clan. And so he is a Levite, but he's not a priest, right? He's from the Kohat clan, which is the most important of the three Levitical clans, okay? And the priesthood comes from the Kohat clan, right? It's just a subset of the Kohat clan, okay? So that's what Moses is basically saying to back to the Levites, right? So he's trying to cut off the rebellion, right? Not because he's not going to win or something like that. He doesn't want, I guess he doesn't want the Levites to face the consequences of their stupid actions. He's trying for their own good, to help them say, let me help you. Help me to help you, he's basically saying, thinking, right? So he's trying to tell them, stop this rebellion now, right? He knows it's not going to go well for them, and indeed it doesn't in the end, but stop this rebellion now. And the way you can stop it is by remembering you also have a special position within Israel. So you don't have to rebel against me. It's not like I've exalted myself, above and beyond everyone else. You guys also have an exalted position within Israel. Okay, you're just not the priests, right? You want what you have. It's like a millionaire. It's like someone who works to be a millionaire his entire life, and finally becomes a millionaire, and then goes out and I don't know, celebrates with a expensive dinner at a fancy restaurant, and then the next day is upset because he finds out his neighbor has $2 million, right? You've already been separated out, and now you also want to be priests. You also want the priesthood. You can't have everything. Okay, be happy. You've already gotten a special position. Be satisfied with what you have. Is basically Moshe's answer to the Levites. Yoshi Ben Shalom. Okay. Lachain, verse 11. So we're Numbers chapter 16, verse 11. לכן אתה לכל עודתך הנוקדים עליי על יחווה וארון מהו כי תלינו עליו. And now, behold, or therefore, you and all of your gang, hanoadim al Yahweh, you're actually rebelling. You're actually ganging up. You're actually assembling against Yahweh, right? You're actually rebelling against Yahweh. Oh, Aaron mahu kitalinu alav. And Aaron, who is he that you should make complaints against him, or that you should how do they translate it here? Complain against him. Okay, fine. We'll go with that. All right. Who is Aaron that you should complain against him? Okay, that you should rebel against him. All right. Complain against him. Right. So that's Moshe's response. Moshe is trying to use logical arguments specifically directed to the tribe of Levi, right, to stop the rebellion before it gets out of hand. Not because Moshe is afraid he's going to lose, right, but because Moshe knows what the consequences are going to be for the people who are rebelling. He knows there's going to be punishment for them, and he's trying to help them help themselves. Okay, so he's basically trying to appease or to remind the Levites of their special status within Israel, so that they will stop this nonsense and call off the rebellion. Okay, all right, verse 12. וישלח משה לקרוא לדותן ולאבירם בני אליאב ויאמרו לא נעלה. And Moshe, so first of all, so this is his response specifically to the Levites. Again, let's remember, this rebellion is spearheaded by Korach, who is a Levite, and secondarily by by Dotan, Aviran, and On, okay, who are Reubenites. Okay, those who are spearheading it. So this is his response to the Levites. Okay, the Levitical faction within the rebellion, headed by Korach. Okay, he was really heading the whole thing. And now, וישלח משה לקרוא לדתן לאבירם בני אליאב. And now Moshe sends for Dotan and Aviram. These are the Reubenites who are leading the rebellion, right? Korach's sidekicks. Bnei Eliab, the sons of Eliab. Yomru lo na'aleh. And he said, we will not come up. Okay, we won't come up to the tent of meeting. Okay, we won't come. Okay, and then they respond to Moses, and they send word back implicitly, saying, 13, verse 13, Hami'at ki helitanu me'eretz zavat halav udvash lahamitanu b'midbar ki tistarer aleinu gam tistarer. So this is now they're being real oref. They're being a real stiff-necked nation, and this is what they respond to Moses. First of all, they won't come up to him. They won't even show up, right, to speak to him, to speak to Moses, and they say, "Hama'at ki helitanu me'eretz zavat chalav udvash." Is it too little, or is it not enough that you have brought us up out of a land flowing with milk and honey? Land flowing with milk and honey. What land are they talking about? What land flowing with milk and honey are they talking about here? Anybody? They haven't gone into Israel yet, right? And in fact, in last week's Parsha, we saw they're not going to be going into Israel for another 40 years because of the incident with the spies. So what are they talking about when they say back to Moshe, is it too little that is it not enough that you've brought us up out of a land flowing with milk and honey? What land are they speaking about? Anybody? Going once, going twice, going thrice. They're speaking about Egypt. They're mocking God, and they're mocking Moses. They're calling Egypt Beit Avadim, this house of slaves that they were freed from by Yahweh with the help led by Moses. They're calling it a land flowing with milk and honey instead of calling the land that they're going into. Now it's going to be delayed for about 4 decades, but they're eventually going to be going into it. That's the land that Yahweh calls the land flowing with milk and honey, that the Torah calls the land flowing with milk and honey. So they're actually mocking Moses, and they're actually mocking Yahweh by calling Egypt a land flowing with milk and honey. And they're actually being completely ungrateful, and they're outright mocking, or what's even a better word? We'll go with mocking. Okay, to kill us in the desert. Okay, so this is, we'll get back to that one in a second. Okay, tistarer aleinu, gam mistarer. Okay, and tistarer comes from the underlying verb sar. Okay, and fine. Well, I don't know. 1 second. Let me put him outside. 1 second, please. Going on here. John, what do you want? John, where is it? John, come here. You want to sit here? Oh God, I think there's going to be a cat fight right under the computer. Okay. Okay, so now let's analyze the next thing. So what is it not to, is it not enough that you've brought us out of this land flowing with milk and honey, mocking, referring to Egypt, mocking everything that God has done for Israel? To kill us in the desert. Where have we heard this one before? Well, let's go back to Numbers, where was it? 14. Okay, so this is the story of the spies, okay, or the explorers of the land of Israel, right? The 10 explorers, or they're usually translated as spies. And then the entire people, when they hear the bad report by the 10 spies, okay, that night all the members of the community raised their voices and wept aloud. All the Israelites grumbled against Moses and Aaron and the whole assembly and said to them, okay, if only we died in Egypt or in this wilderness. Okay, why is Yahweh bringing us this land only to let us fall by the sword? Okay, so that we just heard this complaint already, and the Israelites have just gotten punished for this kind of complaint, right? That God brought them out of Egypt to kill them off in the wilderness, right? So they haven't even learned their lesson, even though they've now been given the punishment for 40 years that they have to wander in the desert before they enter the land, and then that a bunch of them tried to go up and enter the land, and that they were struck down by the Amalekites and the Canaanites, right? So it's like they didn't even learn their lesson, right? This is what the rebelling Dotan and Aviram are saying, and Aviram are saying back to Moshe, right? You've taken us out of a land flowing with milk and honey to kill us in the desert, right? It's just a complete reversal of what actually happened, right? They weren't taken out of a land of milk and honey to be killed in the desert. They were taken out of the house of slavery to be brought through the desert to come into a land of milk and honey, right? And their enemies were killed, right? So it's just complete. It's just a complete reversal of reality. It's like, when you do something good for somebody and they see it as if you've done something bad. I think we've all encountered that in our lives, right? Someone, you have good intentions and someone completely misinterprets them and basically throws it back in your face. Like, basically turns on you, 180 degrees against what your intentions were. Okay. Ki tistorer aleinu gam istorer. This is usually translated as that you should make yourselves a sar. A sar is like a ruler, right? And think you should and possibly think that you can make yourselves and possibly think you can make yourself a ruler over us. Okay, we'll get another translation on that one. But if I were to translate this again from the beginning, okay, Moses sends for Datan and Aviram, the two brothers, the sons of Eliav, and they say, we're not going to come, but they send a message back to him. Is it not enough? Is it too little that you have taken us out of the land of milk and honey, ironically referring to Egypt, okay, to kill us in the desert? Not only have you done that, but on top of that, but not only is it that not too little, but also now you think you rule over us. Now you think you're our boss, you're our ruler. Okay? And let's get a translation on that. That's number 1612. See how Everett Fox translates that one. Is it too little that you have brought us up from a land flowing with milk and honey to cause our death in the wilderness, that you should play the prince over us, even the prince? I don't really like that translation. I guess it does kind of point out the fact that in the Hebrew it's doubled, right? We always said doubling, repetition means emphasis, and there is indeed repetition here. But I don't usually like to translate that repetition into the English because it doesn't usually come across right. So I would translate this as something along the lines of, is it not enough that you brought us out of the land of milk and honey, Egypt, to kill us in the desert, but that also you even have the nerve to think that you rule over us. Okay, that's the way I would translate it. Okay, verse 14. Af lo el eretz zavat halav udvash heviotanu. But because you have not, or you have, oh God, this cat activity going on. But you have not brought us to a land flowing with milk and honey, this time referring to the land of Israel, right? Moses promised, or God promised, they would be brought to a land flowing with milk and honey. Here they are stuck in the desert, okay? Watiten lanu nachalat sadeh v'karem, and given us a possession or inheritance of fields and vineyards. Ha'inei ha'anashim hahem tinaker lo na'aleh. Do you think you're gonna literally to poke out the eyes of these people? Lo na'aleh, okay? And I'll explain what this means in a second. So let's get this translation, this entire verse. This is Numbers 16:14. Okay, but you have not brought us up to it. You have not brought us into a land, or brought us up to a land of flowing with milk and honey. Okay, and you have not given us an inheritance of fields and vineyards. Do you think you're going to poke out the eyes of these people? In other words, do you think these people are blind? Do you think all of the nation of Israel is blind? We don't see what's going on here. We see what's going on here. You haven't done anything you promised, okay? You promised you were going to bring us to a land flowing with milk and honey. You promised us we were going to have fields and vineyards, and we were going to have houses that we didn't build, okay? And we're going to have vineyards that we didn't plant. You haven't done any of that. We're stuck in this stupid desert, okay? These people are not stupid, okay? The people of Israel are not blind. They're not stupid. They see what's going on, okay? So you, Moses, are a liar, okay? We're not going to come up. We have nothing to say to you, okay? Right? So that is the response of the Reubenites who are involved in the rebellion. Okay. Let's get a little commentary on that one. So going back to verse 7, let's go in the English for a second. Whoops. Number 16. Shalom, Adam K. Okay, so let's see. Verse 7, Robert Alter has to say, you have too much, sons of Levi. Moses obviously flinging their own initial words of complaint against him, right? We said that. Back against them. This phrase will then be antithetically reversed at the beginning of Moses' next speech. Is it too little, right? So we basically already mentioned that. Divided, you bring close to do the work, to stand before. Okay. So this is where Moses is reminding the Levites. Oh, shoot. This is where Moses is reminding the Levites of their special, role within the community of Israel, right? The expansively synonymous character of Moses' language underscores the immense bounty that the Levites received in being charged with all the non-priestly work of the tabernacle. Stand before has the idiomatic sense of serve. Okay, fair enough. And this is where Moses responds, you're really rebelling against God, because why are you complaining against Aaron? Who is he that you should complain against him? Okay, your rebellion is really against God. The syntax here seems a bit disjunct, perhaps because the story of Korach is at this point interrupted by the story of Datan and Aviram. Aaron is singled out here because from among the Levite clans, it is upon Aaron and his sons that priesthood can be conferred. Okay, fair enough. Moses sent a call. So this is where we were right now, the verses we're in right now. Then Moses summoned Datan and Aviram, and they refused to come to Moses, right? And Robert Alter says, the purpose of the summons is not stated. We can infer, right, that it's, kind of to hopefully work things out. But it is clearly an expression of Moses' political authority over these Reubenites, which they categorically reject by declaring, we will not go up. In this second story, where power rather than priestly privilege is the issue, the rebellion is directed against Moses, and Aaron is not mentioned. So I think, Robert Alter makes a very good point that there are really two rebellions going on here. We mentioned this earlier, and we've alluded to it a number of times. There's the rebellion by the rest of the Levites, led by Korach, for religious control of the nation, right? Basically for the priesthood, or the argument being that that the priests, the sons of Aaron, are not any better than the rest of the Levites. And then there's the rebellion led by Datan and Aviram for political control of the nation by these Reubenites. Hold on a second. We got cat activity going on here. I've got to. Why did you? Won't you stay? Stay. All right, I put the cats out, so I don't have to deal with that anymore. All right. And there's a second rebellion by the Reubenites. So remember, Reuben is the firstborn of Jacob, but he was knocked off his throne as firstborn for sleeping with Bilhah. And so now Datan and Aviram, they want their status as firstborn back. Okay, they want it back, and so there's this political struggle going on, and spearheaded by Datan and Aviram. Okay. All right, so that is Robert Alter's commentary up to verse 12. Verse 13. Okay, so we just read this verse. Let's get his commentary on that. Okay, is it too little? These words, of course, echo the phrase just used by Moses in verse 9 in addressing Korach and his followers and reflect an effort to pull the two strands together. Okay, from a land flowing with milk and honey. Previous recollections in the murmuring stories of the flesh pots of Egypt are now ratcheted up as the house of bondage is represented in the very terms of bounty that have been repeatedly used for the promised land. The claim that the wilderness is no more than a death trap for the liberated slaves has been made from the start. Okay, so we basically alluded to that kind of stuff already. To a land flowing with milk and honey, you have not brought us. This complaint is abundantly justified. They are still stuck in the, no, it's not abundantly justified in my opinion, but okay. They're still stuck in the pitiless rocky landscape of the Sinai desert, and the effort of the 10 scouts to lead an expedition against the high country of Canaan has just been turned back in disastrous defeat. I don't think it's justified, because if the Israelites had been less rebellious, then they would have been well on their way to taking over the land of Israel. Okay. Would you gouge out the eyes of these men? These men is a euphemism for us employed to avoid saying something dire about oneself. Gouging out the eyes was sometimes a punishment of rebels in the ancient Near East, although the Reubenites may simply be saying, as Ibn Ezra proposes, that they are not blind to Moses' outrageous behavior, right? Which is the way I understand it. Okay, let's go on. So now we're in Numbers 16, 15. Anybody have any comments? Anybody have any questions at this point? Anybody? Shabbat Shalom, Ruvain, in Viva, Scurry. Okay, let's go on. Verse 15. ויחר למשה מאוד, ויאמר אל יהוה. So Moses became very enraged, inflamed, incensed, maybe is the perfect translation for that. I like that, incensed, because yachar literally means to burn or to inflame. I think I'll even write that into my translations. One second here. Oops. And this is Numbers 16, 15. Oops.
Where are the cats?
Outside. Don't let them back in. No, I did not finish my study. That's why I'm saying don't let them back in. All right. What? That one. Okay, one second here. I'm just going to write this in. Oops. One second, sorry. Let's try this again. Okay, so the root chara means, I'll just copy it directly from the BDB. This. Okay. Okay, so I have this list of translations because I'm eventually hoping to come out with a translation and commentary on the Torah. And so I really want to find good translations. I don't like a lot of translations, right? So was angry doesn't really express the Hebrew here, right? Whereas the underlying root chara means to burn or to, right? How does it translate here? burn, be kindled, right? So a better translation would be became incensed, right? Incensed also implies, you know, a burning, like incense, right? So we'll go with that one. All right, there we go. So I can close this out now. Okay, so Yichar leMoshe ma'od. So Moshe became very incensed. Okay, Yomer el Yahweh, and he said to Yahweh, Al tifen el minchatam. Okay, he said to Yahweh, do not pay attention, do not turn your attention towards their offering, their gift, literally. Okay, what is this gift referring to? Okay, it's referring to the censers, right? We saw that they were going to take their incense censers and bring it before God, right? One second here. Kalu and Moshe, 1 second. Okay, right, good enough. Okay. Lo chamor echad mehem nasati, velo harei oti et echad mehem. Okay, and now Moses defends himself. Okay, lo chamor echad mehem nasati. I've not stolen, literally lifted up. Okay, like carjacked or shoplifted, right? So here we have, I've not lifted, I've not shoplifted a single donkey from any of them. Okay, velo harei oti et echad mehem, and I've not done bad. I've not done a bad thing. I've not done evil to any of them, right? So Moses is really, he's upset. He's really pissed off, okay? He's more than pissed off. He's, I think, hurt, we see in this language here, right? He's really hurt, and he's hurt and he's angry, okay? Because he's only tried to do good to these people, and now they're just making up false accusations against him, right? And trying to foment a rebellion based on basically false accusations. It's like, I mean, lahavdil, but it's kind of like what happened to Donald Trump during his presidency. I mean, the poor guy, all he wanted to do was do good for the United States of America, right? And he could not rest at night, even for one night, without someone else or without another gang trying to rebel against him, make false accusations against him, try to, you know, knock him off his throne, right? It's a same kind of thing. I mean, lahavdil is totally different, but it's that similar kind of dynamic going on, right? Okay. And this reminds me. So let's just look at this very quickly. 1 Samuel. Oops. $11. So let's do it this way. Well, that's the Haftarah, but actually I'm looking for something else. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. And this is why they chose it as the Haftarah. So this is, right? Israel wants a king. I'm not going to get into the whole story. This is a wonderful story. But Israel clamors for a king, okay? Earlier. And now it's Samuel, who was the last judge over Israel before the institution was the institution of the judges, who are basically like, I don't know, you can call them like philosopher leaders, was replaced with a king. Philosopher leader prophets were replaced with a king who's a much more like, standard king, right? With all the pomp and circumstance and military might that goes along with being a king. So it was like a switch over from Israel being led by, shall we say, I don't know, like a like a philosopher slash prophet who, yes, led the armies, but without all the pomp and circumstance, to an actual king like we know, or like the other nations had. Okay, so this is Samuel, his farewell speech, and this is why it's chosen, right? Samuel said to all Israel, this is 1 Samuel chapter 12, beginning of chapter 12, I've listened to everything you've said to me and set a king over you. I'll just read in English so we can go fast. Now you have a king as your leader. Okay, as for me, I'm old and gray, and my sons are here with you. I've been your leader from my youth until this day. Here I stand. Testify against me in the presence of Yahweh and his anointed. Okay, his anointed, referring, I would imagine, to the king, to Saul. Okay, whose ox have I taken? Whose donkey have I taken? Whom have I cheated? Whom have I oppressed? From whose hand have I accepted a bribe to make me shut my eyes? If I have done any of these things, I will make it right. And then Israel responds, you have not cheated or oppressed us. They replied, you have not taken anything from anyone's hand. Okay? Samuel said to them, Yahweh is witness against you, and also his anointed is witness this day that you have not found anything in my hand. He is witness, they said. Okay? And then he goes on. The point being that this is very similar to what Moshe says over here, right? In verse 16, Moshe is upset. He's hurt, right? He's angry. Okay? Moshe, this is number 16:15. Moshe became very incensed. Yomer el Yahweh, and he said to Yahweh, Al tifen al minchatam. Do not pay attention. Do not turn your attention to their gift, right? To their incense that they're going to alter. Lo chamor echad mehem nasati. I've not shoplifted. I've not stolen a single donkey from them. Velo hareoti et echad mehem, and I've not done anything bad to any of them, right? The same kind of thing that Samuel is saying here in his farewell speech. Okay? I've not. Okay, whose donkey have I stolen? Whose ox have I taken? Whose donkey have I taken? Whom have I cheated? Whom have I oppressed? From whose hand have I accepted bribe to make me shut my eyes? Okay? Very similar. Okay, let's go on here. Yomer Moshe el Korach, verse 16. This is number 16:16. Wayomer Moshe el Korach, and Moshe said to Korach, Ata, v'chol adatcha, hayu lifnei Yahweh, Ata, Hakham Aaron machar. Okay? And Moshe said to Korach, you and all of your gang, come, or you shall be before Yahweh. You and they and Aaron tomorrow, right? So it's gonna be a big showdown, right? It's 12 o'clock at the OK Corral, right? We're gonna have this out once and for all, right? Cage fight at there's gonna be a giant cage fight at 8 p.m. or tomorrow in the morning. Okay. All right. Verse 17, Chu ish machtato unatatem alehem toret vaykrivtem vayikravtem lifnei Yahweh. Okay, let each person take his incense censer and place upon it incense vayikravtem lifnei Yahweh, and bring them before Yahweh. Right? Again, there's that verb again. Hikriv kuf resh bet or karav, the root. Okay. Ish machtato. Okay, let each person bring his incense censer before Yahweh. Hamishim machtot, 250 incense censers. Say that 10 times quickly. Incense censer, incense censer, incense censer, incense censer. Okay. Atav Aaron ish machtato, and you and Aaron, each man with his incense censer. Okay, this is Moses speaking to Aharon. One second. So I think this implies here, right? We were wondering before, it's just kind of a side point, but the 250, does it include Korach? Does it include Aviram, Dotan, Aviram, and On? And here it would seem from this verse that we just read that it does not include Korach, but it does include Dotan, Aviram, and On. Okay, how do we know that? Because it seems like here we're talking about, where was it? So 250 incense censers. And in addition to that, you and Aaron are each going to bring a censer. So we're talking about 250 incense censers plus one more from the from the side of the rebels. That would be the incense censer of the leader, Korach, right? So it seems like there are total, including Korach, of 251 people leading the coup d'etat. Okay, 250 Korach and 250 assistants. And those 250, among those 250 were Dotan, Aviram, and On. That's what it seems to imply from this verse. Okay. Verse 18. ויקחו איש מחתו, ויתנו עליהם אש, וישימו עליהם קטורת, ויעמדו פתח אוהל מועד, ומשה ואהרון. Okay? So each person should take his incense censer and place upon it fire, and put up, or coals, they translate it as burning coals, and place upon it incense, and yamdu, and they should stand at the entrance of the tent of meeting along with Moses and Aaron. Right. So where's the entrance of the tent of meeting? If we go back to this picture here, okay, it's kind of hard to see. Oh, I know how I can solve this problem. Hold on a second. Let's get rid of that, and we can now do this. One second. There we go. Okay. So the tent of meeting this is the tent of meeting. This entire yellow rectangle is the tent of meeting. Okay. And the entrance to the tent of meeting is right there where my cursor is. Okay. From the right side. Okay. You enter on the east and you head towards the west. Okay. So that's where they're going to meet. That's 12 noon at the OK Corral. That's the OK Corral right at the entrance, right? The right hand, or the western entrance. I'm sorry, the eastern entrance of the tent of meeting. And it's going to be tomorrow, right? So this is going to be the big showdown is coming. All right. So, okay. And there are going to be a total of 252 incense censers, right? There's going to be wait, I guess 253 actually, because it's going to be Korach, his 250 rebels that are with him, his gang of 250, and then it's going to be Moses and Aaron are each going to have an incense altar as well, an incense censer as well. Okay, verse 19. ויחל עליהם קורח את כל העדה אל פתח אוהל מועד, וירא כבוד יהוה אל כל העדה. So Korach gathered together the entire gang, right? Eda can mean a lot of things, but in this case, it's clearly, the context is referring back to the original gang of 250. And we can find that word here. Hold on a second. One second. One second. Well, it doesn't matter. There's a couple of places, like for instance here. Okay. Well, call Adato, his gang. Okay. So that's okay, let's translate this. Yakel aleim Korach et kol ha'edah. And Moses, I'm sorry, and Korach gathered together or congregated or brought together all of his gang to the entrance of the tent of meeting. Wa'yera kavod Yahweh el kol ha'edah. And the glory of Yahweh appeared to all of the gang, right? To everyone basically to everyone assembled there. Okay. So that would include Korach, his gang of 250, Moses and Aharon. Uh-oh. Now somebody's in trouble. Very bad. V'daber Yahweh el Moshe ve'el Aaron lemor. So now God's getting into the picture. Uh-oh. V'daber Yahweh el Moshe ve'el Aaron lemor. And Yahweh spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, היבדלו מתוך העדה הזאת ואכלה אותם כי רעה. So wait a second. So now Edah seems to be referring to all of the people of Israel. So maybe this is referring to all of the people of Israel. Okay, so maybe this is referring to the entire congregation of Israel, or the community of Israel, right? Okay, let's go ahead. So now Yahweh says to Moses and to Aaron, היבדלו מתוך העדה הזאת ואכלה אותם כי רעה. Okay? Separate yourselves from this congregation, and I will consume them. I will finish them off in a second. Okay, so this seems to be referring to all of the people of Israel, right? Because they're now all coming up against to witness this showdown between the rebels and Moshe / Aaron. Okay, if it were just the 250, I don't think that Moshe would have launched this defense. So it seems here that we're talking about the entire people of Israel, right? Remember, God already wanted to, in the incident of the spies, destroy the rest of the people and start a new nation from Moses. And that was not even the first time he wanted to do that. Okay, verse 22. Vayiplu al penehem, and they fell upon their faces. It's obviously speaking about Moses and Aaron. V'yomru el Elohei haruchot l'chol basar. האיש אחד יחטא ועל כל העדה תקצוף. And Moses and Aaron fell, Moses and Aaron fell upon their faces, and they said, God, the God of all spirits, of all souls, l'chol basar, the God of the spirits or the souls of all flesh, of all living beings. Should one person sin and you're going to take it out, or you're going to become angry? You're going to foam. Literally, ketzef means foam, right? So you're going to foam at the mouth over all the congregation. In other words, only one person has sinned. Obviously speaking about Korach, but are you going to take it out on the entire congregation? So it's still not clear to me if we're talking about just the 250 rebels of Korach, or if we're talking about the entire congregation of Israel. It'll become clear as we go on. Let me just add this to my list of translations. So tiksof literally comes from the word kuf sadi pe or fe, which means foam. So it means like foam at the mouth, right? When you get angry, we even say that today. It's foaming at the mouth, okay? Here they translate it as be angry. Agree, but I'll translate it as foam at the mouth. And the reason being, close this out now. Just verify this. One second. Well, see, this is why you always have to check. Maybe ketzef in modern Hebrew means foam. Here they say it really, the original root means to be angry, so I'm not sure where the foam comes from. I always thought that the biblical Hebrew meaning of the underlying root was foam, and it just meant figuratively foam at the mouth, but that's not what it seems to be saying. So I'll just make a note for myself. The root or the word ketzef. Sef. One second. I don't have my Hebrew keyboard. Where is that? Final day. I forgot. Ketzef. Where are you? Should be here. There it is. Okay. Ketzef in modern Hebrew means foam, but need to check the meaning in biblical Hebrew. Okay. All right. Good enough. So, all right, verse 23. God, we haven't gotten very far in this parsha. I think I'm going to switch over to express mode, as I like to call it now. I want to get through the parsha, which means that I'm just going to read and give minimal commentary. Okay, so let's do that, because we really did cover a lot, but not many verses, but a lot of points. Verse 23, Vaydaber Yahweh el Moshe lemor, and Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, Daber el ha'edah lemor, עלו מסביב למשכן קורח, דתן ואבירם. So, speak to the congregation. So here, congregation clearly means all of the people of Israel. No, maybe not. Still not clear. Actually, here it seems to mean the gang of 250. Daber el ha'ida lemor. Speak to the gang, saying, go up from around the literally the tabernacle of Korach, Dotan, and Aviram, from around the tabernacle, I guess, where Korach, Dotan, and Aviram are. Let's see how this is translated by, we'll go with Robert Alter this time, 1623. Move up from around the dwelling. Oh, okay, right. So Mishkan, not in the sense of the tabernacle in this case, but just the dwelling place, because that's really what Mishkan means from the underlying word Shahan, which means to live, or means to settle or dwell, or I guess dwell would be the best translation. Okay, from the dwelling place of Korach, Dotan, and Aviram. Verse 25. وَيَقَامْ Moshe وَيَلِخْ el Dotan وَAviram. And Moshe got up and went to Dotan and Aviram. And remember, Dotan and Aviram, the Reubenites, they would not come to Moshe, right? Moshe summoned for them, they wouldn't come. So, if you can't bring the Muhammad to the mountain, bring the mountain to Muhammad. Now Moshe is going to them, and it ain't going to end well. And the elders of Israel went after him, after Moshe. So it's So what's been going on with the elders of Israel, right? They seem to pop in every now and then, and it's not even clear exactly 100% what their role is. I guess logically speaking, the elders of Israel would be like some kind of like, elder council of elders kind of thing. They seem to generally be like on the right side of things, but it's not clear here, right? Were the rebels, were there some of the Ziknei of Yisrael, were there some of the elders of Israel among the rebels? I guess not, right? Because they're going along with Moses. וידבר אל העדה, and they spoke to the gang, לאמור, and said, סורו נא מעל אוהלי האנשים הרשעים האלה. And they said, back off away from the tents of these evil people. وَأَلْ تِגْعُوا بِخَلْ أَشَرْ لَهَمْ, and don't touch anything that belongs to them. פן תיספו בכל חטאותם, lest you be swept away due to all of your sins, right? So I guess this is speaking to the gang of 250. It's like one last chance to separate yourselves from Korach, Dotan, and Aviram, right? So I guess everywhere that Eidah was mentioned above, it means this gang of 250, or I guess we saw that the 250 includes Dotan, Aviram, and On, so I guess it would be 248. Okay, verse 27. ויעלו מעל משכן קורח דותן ואבירם מסביב, ודותן ואבירם יצאו ניצבים פתח אוהליהם ונשיהם ובניהם וטפם. And they did go up away from the dwelling places of Korach, Dotan, and Aviram, right? The leaders of the rebellion. Misaviv, right? From all around. Or in other words, they I guess backed off from surrounding him, or backed off and made a giant circle around him. But Dotan v'Aviram yatzu nitzavim petach ohalehem, and Dotan and Aviram came out and stood at the entrances of their tents, unashem v'neim v'tapam, along with their wives and their children and their babies, right? Their older children and their babies, or maybe their sons and their babies. Okay. Verse 28. ויאמר משה, בזאת תדעון כי יהוה שלחני לעשות את כל המעשים האלה כי לא מליבי. And Moses said, I guess to either the 250 or to all of Israel, through this, or by this you will know, or with this you will know that Yahweh has sent me. Right? Has sent me, meaning has sent me to be leader of the people, right? To do all of these deeds. Again, this could be referring to specifically this showdown here, or it could be referring to everything that Moses, all of the signs and wonders that Moses has done so far for Israel. Okay? Ki lo milibi, and that it did not come from my heart. In other words, I did not make this up myself. God placed me in this role. I wanted, in fact, as we all remember, Moses wanted nothing to do with it at the beginning, right? If we go all the way back to the burning bush incident, right? Moses, a number of times said, choose someone else, right? I don't want to do this, until finally God got angry and basically forced him to do it, okay? And then chose Aaron as his assistant. Verse 29, Im kemot kol ha'adam yimutun ele ופיקודת כל האדם יפקד עליהם, לא יהוה שלחני. Okay, so now Moses is going to say, or now Moses says, אם כמות כל האדם ימותון אלה, if these people die, like everyone, like all people die, okay? In other words, if they have just a regular death, ופיקודת כל האדם יפקד עליהם, and again, pakad, this is a difficult one to translate, but let's see, and it could be translated in a number of different ways in a number of different contexts, but I'll translate it here as pikudat kol adam, I'm sorry, yumutun ele, pikudat kol adam yipaked elem, and the, I don't know, it's a tough one to translate into English here, the punishment, it's not a good translation, but it's the best I could do at this moment, okay, and the punishment, or the fate, let's go with that, okay? And if the fate, yeah, I like that one better. Okay. Pikudat kol adam yipaked alehem. And if the fate of all men is the fate that comes upon them, lo Yahweh shilachani, then it is not Yahweh who sent me. Okay? So now Moses is putting it to the test. He's going to prove that he's the duly appointed leader of Israel, appointed by Yahweh. And the way he's going to do it is because he is now invoking Yahweh basically to do like a miracle, like the plagues, right? This is not going to be normal. This is going to be something that's so out of the ordinary. It's going to be obvious that it's coming from Yahweh. And that's what Moses is saying, right? And that's going to be proof that Moses did not make this up out of his own heart. He didn't just make this up pull it out of a hat, that he's the leader, that it was Yahweh who appointed him leader over Israel. Okay? Verse 30. Wa'im bri'ah yivra Yahweh. And if, okay, I'll read the whole verse and translate it. Fos fa ha adam ha adama et piha ובלעה אותם ואת כל אשר להם וירדו חיים שאולה וידעתם כי ניאצו האנשים האלה את יהוה. But if a new creation, if God creates, if Yahweh creates a new creation, if he does something never seen, and the earth opens up its mouth, right, to swallow them, and everything that belongs to them, and they go down into the underworld whilst living. They basically get buried alive. Then you will know that these men, that these people have rebelled against Yahweh. Have rejected, they translate Natsu as. Okay? So that's it. Moshe is basically saying, it's almost like the plagues, right? Moshe would say to come to Pharaoh and say, if you do not let the people go, then locusts will come upon your land. And then locusts come upon the land, right? And it becomes more and more clear as the plagues become more and more extreme, right? That this is something supernatural. This is something miraculous. And it's the same thing here. Moses is basically it's another plague, except this time the plague is not on the Egyptians. This time the plague is going to be on Korach, Dotan, and Aviram. Okay. And Moshe calls out exactly what the plague is going to be. Verse 31. And so it was, just as he had finished saying all of these words, that the earth below them split open. Verse 32. وَتِفْتَحْ هَأَرَسْ إِتْ بِهَا وَتِبْلَعَ أُطَامْ وَإِتْ بَتِهِمْ وَإِتْ كُلْ أَدَمْ أَشِرْ لِكُرَخْ وَإِتْ كُلْ هَرَخُشْ. And the land opened up its mouth and swallowed them and their houses, their tents. And all of the people who were with, or who belonged to Korach, and all of his possessions. So basically, Korach, right? Who was standing next to Korach? It mentioned explicitly. Well, actually, it was with Dotan and Aviram, wasn't it? Well, I guess it implies his entire family, his wives, his daughters, his babies even, right? وَيَرْدُوا him l'chol asher lahem. And yes, I know there's a psalm that is to the sons of Korach. We can talk about that if we get to it. وَيَرْدُوا him l'chol asher lahem chaim she'olah. And they descended, them and everything and everyone who belonged to them, or everyone that was with them, alive, down into the underworld. V'tichas alehem haaretz. And then the ground, and then the land covered up over them, or the ground covered itself over them. And they were disappeared from among the congregation. So, like a giant sinkhole kind of thing, right? Not a good way to go. Okay, verse 34. V'chol Yisrael asher svivotehem. So there, now it says all Israel that was around them. So I guess, I don't know. It's hard to know if it's referring to the other 250 or the rest of the 250 or all of Israel. Here it seems to be referring to all of Israel. Okay? V'chol Yisrael asher svivotehem, and all of Israel who was surrounding them, had made a circle around them, nasu lekolam, nasu lekolam. So they fled at their voices. I guess we're talking about, well, they seem to say here, the cries of the people who were being swallowed or had been swallowed by the earth. Ki amru pentiv la'enu ha'aras. Because they said, next the earth is going to swallow us up. Okay, literally, lest the earth swallow us up. Verse 35. Wa'ish yotsa me'et Yahweh tachal et 50 u200 ish makrivei haktoret. And fire came out from Yahweh and consumed and burnt to death the 250 men who had brought the incense. Okay, so I lost track where everyone was. Okay, so Korach had now been swallowed up, right? The 250, which we said before, didn't include Korach, but included Dotan, Aviram, and another 248, were burnt by fire from heaven, and that's it. The end. Rebellion over. Vladimir Putin, take note. This is how you squash rebellion. Okay? That's the end of that rebellion. Okay. Verse 6. It's not funny. It's kind of pathetic and sad. Okay, verse 36. Vaydaber Yahweh el Moshe lemor. And Yahweh said to Moses to say, or saying, Emor el Azar ben Aharon HaKohen, yarem et hamachtot miben hasrefa, wa et ha'esh zrei hala ikadeshu. And Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, speak to Eleazar. So Eleazar is now the third born of Aaron, right? Nadav and Avihu already died in eerily similar circumstances, as we spoke about earlier. Ben Aaron HaKohen, the son of Aaron the Kohen, it's Eleazar. Uyarem et hamachtot miben hasrefa, and he should gather together, pick up the censers, CENSER, right? The incense trays from out of the fire. Wa'et ha'esh zereh hala ki kadishu, and spread, literally spread the fire around. I assume that means kind of put it out, right? Ki kadishu, because they've become holy. What has become holy? Well, kadishu is in the plural, so that must be referring to the machtot. Okay. So these incense censers have become holy. So basically, stamp out the fire, okay, or douse out, not douse, but blow out the fire, right? Scatter the fire, and gather together these incense censers which had been burnt up by fire from God, because they've become holy. Why have they become holy? Because they were used to bring. So even though they were certainly illegal, or shall we say, uncalled for incense offerings, nonetheless, because they were incense that was brought to Yahweh, and one can maybe even assume that the incense in there was the holy incense, meaning that specific formula that's given to the incense that no one else is allowed to replicate in those proportions on pain of death. That's in Leviticus chapter 15-ish, maybe? I don't remember. I'd have to go back to it, but somewhere in Leviticus, right? Or is it Exodus? No, I think it is in Leviticus. The formula is given maybe it is in Exodus. I don't know. I'd have to go look back. Maybe it's in Exodus when they give the actual formula for the incense. At any rate, right? So this holy incense that was offered to Yahweh, even though the circumstances in which it was offered, and I guess the place in which it was offered. So where was it offered? I guess, no, this was at the tent of meeting, right? Because that's where they were all going to meet. So it was offered at the entrance of the tent of meeting. So Dotan and Aviran refused to come up. Well, I guess they refused to come up earlier to speak to Moses, but no, this is the next day. So they're all now at the entrance of the tent of meeting, right? That's what we read earlier. So everybody's at the entrance of the tent of meeting. So that's like the holy area, right? And this is ostensibly the holy incense with a special formula in an incense censer, and this is being burnt in dedication to Yahweh. So even though this is completely against the rules and it's done by a bunch of rebels and violates the rules that the Torah laid down for burning incense to Yahweh, nonetheless, because it was done at the tent of meeting and because ostensibly it was the holy formula or the sacred formula for incense, and ostensibly because it was an offering to Yahweh, those incense censers, the only thing remaining, because everything was burnt up, the people and the incense itself, those incense censers are now holy. Okay? Verse 38. את מחתות החטאים האלה בנפשותם ועשו אותם ריקועי פחים ציפוי למזבח כי יקריבום לפני יהוה ויקדשו Okay, so the incense altars of these sinners against themselves, these people would sin against themselves, right? It's now clear that the only one they sin against were really themselves. They're the ones who suffered. And you shall make them into, so riku'e is usually translated as beaten work. Let's see how they translate it here. Hammered. Pachim is like I don't know. I have to look that one up to see what I know what it means in modern Hebrew. But we'll look up the biblical Hebrew meaning. Riku'e pachim tzipu'e lemizbeach, and as a covering to the altar. So let's get a translation on this one. Okay, so beaten or hammered. Here they translate as hammered. Into plates they translate it as. 1 second. Pachim. Into plates. Okay, that makes more sense. So hammered plates or hammered thin. How would you say it? All right, we'll go with hammered plates or beaten plates as a covering for the altar. Okay. All right, we have to pick that one apart. Let's get a little bit of translation here. 1638. Let's look at Everett Fox. Here it's numbered differently, doesn't matter. So the way that Everett Fox translates that one is, as for the pans of those who sinned at the cost of their lives, make of them beaten plates, overlaid for the slaughter site, for they were brought near before the presence of Yahweh and have become holy. Let them be a sign for the children of Israel. Okay. And Robert Alter. Oops. Oh, I see this. Yeah, same. The numbering in my online one is a little bit different. So we have to go to 17 here. So he translates that as, and they shall make of them hammered sheets as plating for the altar, for they brought them forward before Yahweh. They become holy. Okay, fine. So hammered sheets. There you go. That's a better word. Sheets. Okay, as a How does he say? As a plating for the altar. What does that even mean? I don't even know. A covering for the altar? A plating for the altar? We don't even know what substance they were made out of. So the altar, we know that the altar of the sacrifices, right? The mizbeach that's out in the courtyard, it's made of acacia wood and it's covered in bronze, right? In nechoshet. It's covered in bronze. So what does this now mean? Plating for the altar. Who knows? And who knows what these incense censers were made out of? It's a bit confusing. Maybe we'll look at some commentary. But at any rate, they now become a sign, and a sign is always an outwardly visible or audible or perceptible, like something perceptible in the physical world, except when it's being used figuratively. Actually, I don't know if it is ever being used figuratively. It's an outward perceptible sign, either visible, audible, and so on, that serves as a reminder of something or serves as a point of reference to something. So that's this. These incense censers are now going to be beaten into a plate, and there's somehow going to be either a covering or a plating for the sacrificial altar, which is out in the courtyard, right? So here's a sacrificial. Oh no, this is not Seth. That's something else. Doesn't matter. Out in the courtyard, okay. Second close out, and it's going to be a sign to the children of Israel. A sign of what? You know, before you think of rebelling next time, remember that. Okay, you take a look at that. All right. Right. It does say here, one little thing to point out, that this word riku'e, right, usually translated as beaten or hammered, is from the same root, basically means the same thing as, let's bring it up. So Genesis 1:6, and God said, let there be a vault between the waters to separate water from water. But if we look at the Hebrew on that, come on, Hebrew, you can do it. This thing's so slow. God almighty. There we go. Darn. Okay, there we go. So this is usually translated as a firmament, a rakia. Okay, so I'll just give the usual translation first of all. Okay, and here it even says firmament. Okay. This is Genesis chapter 1, verse 6. Vayomer elehem yihi rakia betoch hamayim. And God said, let there be a firmament among the water. Vayhi mavdil ben mayim lamayim, and let it separate between water and water. And what are we talking about when it means separate between water and water? What the Torah is trying to say is the water below. Oh, it says right here. Verse 7. Ya'as Elohim et rakia, and Yahweh made the firmament, and that's a horrible translation. We'll go back to it in a second. Okay. We have del ben hamayim asher mitachal rakia, and he made a separation, or he separated between the water that was below the firmament, uben hamayim asher me'al rakia, and the water that was above the firmament. Vayhi, and so it was. Vayikra Elohim le rakia shamayim, and he called this firmament heavens or sky. Vayhi erev vayhi boker yom sheni, and it was the first and it was evening and it was morning of the second day. Okay, so rakia is usually translated as firmament. Okay, those who know a little bit more will sometimes translate it as dome, but that is a very problematic translation because basically those who usually translate it as dome usually use that translation to promote the flat earth theory. There's one well-known Karaite who actually I happen to like, so I'm not putting him down. This is what's his name? Why can't I remember his name? I can remember his English name, but his whatchamacall? Oh God, the heck is his Hebrew name? Pele ben Avraham. Okay, so he says a lot of good stuff. I have not too many bones to pick with the guy. I actually agree with a lot of what he says. But one thing he says that I'll just say it diplomatically and say that I disagree with is that he's a flat earther. And I don't want to insult the guy because I think he gets insulted. He'll get insulted easily, and I don't want to put him down because overall I think he's a good guy, right? But basically he understands this word rakia, as do many flat earthers, as meaning a dome. The idea being that that God made a dome in the sky, right? And that somehow proves that the earth is flat. I can't remember exactly how that proves that the earth is flat, but somehow that proved it to me. If you make a dome, that proves that the earth is round, but whatever. I don't know. Somehow it's supposed to prove that the earth is flat, right? So that you'll see this sometimes translated as dome, but here's what it really means, okay? Here's what it really means. So what it really means is, so rakia again means like a hammered or beaten work. Okay, so you can think of it again, just like we see here, right? And this is why I brought it up, that these incense censers, right? He made them riku'e pachim. He made them into beaten or hammered sheets as a covering or as a plating for the altar, for the sacrificial altar, right? So raka means to beat with a hammer. It's like you take a block of metal and you beat it with a hammer until it becomes a pach, until it becomes like a thin sheet. In modern Hebrew, pach is a can, like the trash can is the pach hashpa, the trash can, right? So can. Why is a can a pach? Because a can is made out of flattened metal, right? It's like made out of thin sheets of metal. So so to raka, to rokea, lirkoa, means to take a chunk of metal and to beat it until it's a flat sheet, right? Which is exactly what was done here with these incense censers. So how does this relate to what is usually poorly translated as firmament and problematically, and also poorly translated, but maybe a little bit of translation, is dome? The idea here is rakia it's like a flattened sheet, right? It's like a beaten out flattened sheet. And this beaten out flattened sheet was called the sky. Okay? Here. Yikra Elohim le rakia shamayim. God called this beaten out, flattened sheet the sky. Okay? Does it literally mean, is the Torah literally trying to say that there's a beaten out, flattened sheet floating above the earth? No, absolutely not. The Torah, as I've pointed out many times, okay, Genesis 1 is so misunderstood, okay? Everyone thinks that Genesis 1 starts with the creation of the universe. In my strong opinion, it does not start with the creation of the universe. It starts after the earth has already been created, okay? And my proof always is, the earth was, they usually translate this as void and unformed. It was in a state of chaos. It wasn't separated out as it was today. And then the creation story in Genesis 1 is a separating out of all the different things, land versus ocean, the waters above versus the waters below, which we'll talk about in a second, right? So the Genesis 1 does not start with the creation of the universe, as pretty much everyone thinks. It's incorrect. It starts after the universe has already been created, after the earth has already been created, and the earth is in a primordial state. And what Genesis 1 is telling us is it's giving us the perspective as if we were standing on the surface of that primordial earth and looking around what we would see as the earth developed from its primordial state into the current state that it's in. So Genesis 1 does not start 15 billion years ago. And by the way, I'm not in any way, shape, and form a young earth creationist. I believe that the universe did start 15 billion years ago. And how is that compatible with the 7 days? The best theory is really, if you read Genesis and the Big Bang by Dr. Gerald Schroeder, who, when I was at Asia Torah, I learned with, face to face many years ago. And I basically agree with his point of view overall. Okay. So that being said, Genesis 1 doesn't start 15 billion years ago with the creation of the universe. It starts 4 billion years ago with the creation of the earth, with the creation of our solar system, which is 10 billion years later than the creation of the universe itself. Okay? And to understand Genesis 1, you have to pretend that you're a human being standing on the surface of the primordial earth and watching it develop from that primordial state where everything is just a giant mishmash, giant chaos, tohu vavohu, right? Void and unformed is bad translation. It's in a chaotic primordial state as it slowly develops into the state that we know it in now, where we see oceans, we see dry land, we see clouds, we see the sun, we see the moon. Okay, when it says "Vayhi or," when it says in Genesis 1, "Let there be light," it's not speaking about the creation of light energy, which was created 14 billion years ago, or whatever the number is, 14.3 billion years ago at the beginning of the universe. No, it's talking about the primordial atmosphere breaking up so that you could see through it out into, or that's later on actually when you see the sun, the moon, that it dissipates enough that you can see out past it and perceive the light from the sun. Okay, before that, the atmosphere was so thick that there was complete darkness all the time on the earth. That's what Torah means in Genesis 1:3 when it said, God said, let there be light. It doesn't mean the creation of the universe and the creation of light energy, right, that the physicists speak about at the Big Bang. It's getting late. I'm going to have to stop in a second, in a little while. It's speaking about the primordial earth. You're standing on the surface of the primordial earth. The atmosphere at that point is so thick that it's always dark. You cannot see any light through the thickness of the clouds, through the thickness of the atmosphere. And eventually that starts to go from that state, that primordial state, into a more organized state. And eventually the atmosphere dissipates a little bit until first you can see light shining through like you would on a cloudy day. On a cloudy day, we know when it's day, we know when it's night, even though we can't see the sun or the moon, right? If there's 100% cloud cover, you know whether it's day or night. You can see light, but you can't see the sun or the moon. And then eventually it continues to dissipate more and more until you can actually see breaks in the clouds. And then eventually we're able to see the sun and the moon. And that's what's being spoken about on the fourth day, and the stars, right? So all that being said, when it speaks about the creation of the firmament, horrible translation, or the dome, also pretty bad translation, what it really is saying is that God made this from this beaten out plate up in the sky. It doesn't literally mean a beaten out plate. It means if we're standing on the earth and we look up at the sky, that's what it looks like, right? Isn't that kind of, if you use your imagination a little bit, right? If you think of the clouds, right? It looks like kind of this, again, dome is a bad translation. It almost looks like someone took the sky and drew on it, drew clouds on it, drew the sun on it, at night drew the stars on it. That's what it means, but it doesn't mean it literally. It means it poetically or I won't even say poetically, it means it as speaking about our perception as we're standing on the face of the earth, right? And then when it says that this beaten out plate up in the sky, right, that's being drawn on, quote unquote, all right, it separates between the water that is below this beaten out plate and the water that is above the beaten out plate. So what's the water that's below the beaten out plate? That's the oceans, the rivers, the streams, the lakes. That's what the Torah is talking about here in Genesis 1:7. And what's the water that's above? That's the rain. That's all it's saying. It's saying that before that, in the primitive state, there were no rivers, oceans, lakes, everything was we know from science that the entire surface of the earth was covered with water. I think even before that it was covered with other things, but I can't remember all the details, but the entire surface of the earth was covered with water, and the atmosphere was a mix of all kinds of gases. I think there was ammonia and methane and water vapor and all kinds of stuff, right? And then all of this was separated out, and it started to be more like the earth that we know today, where we have water up in the sky, i.e. the rain, aka the rain, and water below the sky, aka the oceans, the rivers, the lakes, the streams, the ponds, right? That's what this is saying, okay? It's a formation. The entire Genesis 1 is speaking about a transformation from the earth in its primordial state, not about the creation of the earth from nothing. It's talking about after the earth has already been created, but it's in a primordial state, to the state that we know it in today, okay? If you follow along all of Genesis 1, you will see, if you look at it from that point of view, you will see it becomes like 100% crystal clear. There's no problems. Like, for instance, people will say, how is it that it says light was created on the first day, and then the sun, the moon, and the stars were created on the fourth day? Or how is it that the plants are created on the third day, right? And it doesn't actually say the flowering plants here. Oh, it does. Okay. But how is it that the plants were created on the third day, and then the sun, the moon, and the stars were created on the fourth day? And the reason is, in my strong opinion, is because you already started to have primitive plant life even before the clouds had dissipated enough that you could see through to the sun, the moon, and the stars. And then that just continued and eventually ended up in all the type of plant life we know. So it's talking about when these things began, when these processes began. All right, processes began. All right. I can go into this for another 10 hours. You believe the earth is flat. Oh boy. We got another one, people. All right. No, Yoshi Ben, you're entitled to your opinion. I can put you in contact with pilots who have flown around the earth. Okay, whatever. Let's not go there today. So that's what rakia is, and that's what this is here. So riku'e pachim means a flattened out piece of metal, right? That's what it means. A piece of metal that's basically, they're going to smelt it all into they're going to take these incense sensors, they're going to smelt it all into a giant lump, right? And then they're going to beat it with hammers or mallets until it spreads out into a thin sheet. I'm not a metal worker, so I can't say that I know exactly how the process works. However, my best friend growing up, his father was the union representative, quote unquote, of the Teamsters, the metal workers, the Teamsters division of metal workers, union representative, quote unquote. Anywho, neither here nor there. All right, so he probably knew, but he's dead by natural causes, I may add. Okay, is back. So this is now being beaten out. And that was in New York. So we know what union representative of the Teamsters means in New York. Okay, so although he swore up and down that he was never connected with and he was Italian, as is my friend, my best friend from childhood. But he swore up and down he was never connected with anything like that. But I don't know. He lived in a very expensive house. The union representatives, whatever. Okay, I'm getting off topic. Anywho, so riku'e pachim tzipur lemizbeach ki rivum lifnei Yahweh v'yaktishu v'yi'u le'ot lifnei Yisrael. Okay, so we got that. All right, so now these incense sensors are going to be beaten in and beaten down into a plate. And somehow they're going to be either a plating for the altar or a covering for the altar. Okay, I guess plating for the altar. That's what says tzipui. Verse 39, Wayikach Elazar HaKohen et hamachtot et machtot nechoshet. So Elazar, the priest, took the bronze incense altars, and now we know they were bronze. You know, I guess Korach and his gang were kind of cheapskates. They didn't make it out of silver or gold, right? The incense altar in the holy area in the Mikdash is made out of gold, or it's actually made out of acacia wood, and then it's plated in gold. But I guess because they were the rebels and not, and they were not millionaires. That's why they were rebelling. They can only afford bronze. Anyway, Asher ikrivu as-rufim. Who the burnt ones, and I assume that's referring to the people who had gotten burnt up, had used to offer the incense, and beat them down into a plating or a covering for the altar. And I would like to get some commentary on that, because I don't know what does it mean, a plating for the altar. We know that the altar, the sacrifice altar out in the courtyard, is made of acacia wood, and it's plated in bronze. So maybe this is a replacement plating of the old one. I don't know. It's weird to me. Okay, Zikaron Livnei Yisrael, as a remembrance for the children of Israel, Lem'an asher lo yikrav ish zar, asher lo mizera Aharon, hu laktir ketoret lifnei Yahweh velo yeh ki Korach uki'adato ka'asher diber Yahweh biyad Moshe. Okay, so this is to be a remembrance, a sign and a remembrance for the children of Israel, in order that they do not, that a foreign person, right, an unauthorized person, zar literally means foreign, but in the context of the sacrificial system, it means someone who's not authorized to do something, meaning basically someone who's not a kohen, someone who's not a priest. Okay, asher, it means someone who's not a kohen. That's really what it means. Asher lo mizera Aharon, and there it says it explicitly, who's not from the seed of Aaron, right? Seed is the male descendants of Aaron. The female descendants of Aaron are not allowed to act as Kohanim. And this again proves that the word zera, okay, means, as a friend of mine, a Karaite, I think he actually officially doesn't define himself as a Karaite, but basically he's a Karaite. He's kind of a private guy, so I won't mention his name, but he's written a book on this entire issue. Wherever it says the seed of such and such person, it's speaking specifically about the male descendants. How do we know this? Seed means like sperm, semen, right? That's what the father passes down to the son, down to the next son, right? It's something that's passed down through the male line, right? The semen has the Y chromosome. The egg does not have the Y chromosome, right? So it's referring specifically, when it says Mizera Aaron, it's referring to basically the male descendants of Aharon, the patrilineal descendants of Aharon. Okay, so very specifically, it's usually translated as the seed of Aaron or the descendants of Aaron. It's not. It's the male descendants of Aaron. It's the male lineage of Aaron, the male line of Aaron. Who laktir ketoret lifnei Yahweh? Okay, he is okay, who is not from the male line of Aaron, one of the patrilineal descendants of Aharon, to burn incense before Yahweh. Velo yeh Korach. And so and such a foreigner, or such a person who's not a Kohen, should not be like Korach and his gang. Kasher diber Yahweh biyad Moshe lo, as Yahweh had spoken through the hands of Moshe to him, meaning to Aharon. Okay. All right. It's getting kind of late here. We jump. Earth is round. Exactly. All right. I'm gonna just read through the last paragraph here, and then I'm gonna end. Does anyone have any questions or comments at this point in time? I'm not going to go on to the next two chapters, even though they're amazing, but we don't have time. We've spoken about a lot of things. Does anyone have any questions or comments that they'd like to make at this time? Okay, then let's go on. I'm just gonna go through very quickly this last paragraph. So here we go again with the children of Israel complaining. וילינו כל עדת בני ישראל ממחרת על משה ועל אהרון לאמור אתם המיתם את עם יהוה. And the entire congregation of the children of Israel complained the next day, the following morning, against Moshe and against Aaron, saying, "You've killed the people of God," talking about Korach and Dotan and Aviram and the other 248 rebels, leaders of the rebellion. Okay, verse 42. ויהי בהיקהל העדה על משה ועל אהרון ויפנו אל אוהל מועד והנה כיסהו ענן וירא כבוד יהוה. And so it was when they ganged up, or when they congregated, when the entire congregation gathered against Moses and against Aaron, ויפנו אל אוהל מועד, they basically ran away, or they basically fled to the Ohel Moed, to the tent of meeting. That's this sucker right here, the yellow thing, right? They fled to the tent of meeting. And behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of Yahweh became visible. Uh-oh. Here we go again. You really don't want that to happen. It's like you're throwing spitballs and all of a sudden the teacher comes in the room. Not good. Here comes God. When God has to get into the picture, it's like the principal being called into the classroom, basically. It's not going to end well for anybody. Lots of detentions and suspensions and letters home to mommy and daddy. Verse 43. ויבוא משה ואהרון אל פני אוהל מועד. And Moses and Aaron came to the entrance of the tent of meeting. Verse 44. וידבר יהוה אל משה לאמור, and Yahweh said to Moses, saying, and here we go again, הרמו מתוך העדה הזאת ואכלה אותם כרעה ויפלו על פניהם. So this is what God says to Moses. Get yourself up and away from this congregation, from these people, from this congregation, and I will finish them off in a second. And they fell upon their faces. That's Moses and Aaron, right? Verse 46. So now this is, what is this? The fourth time that Moses has to stick up for the people of Israel, that God wants to kill them off, right? I think this is the fourth time. And Moses said to Aaron, Kach et machta, ותן עליה אש מעל המזבח. ושים קטורת והולך מהרה אל העדה וכפר עליהם כי יצא קצף מלפני יהוה, החל הנגף. So Moses said to Aaron, take the incense censer. Which incense censer? I guess the one that he had used when he was doing this, battle with Korach and the other 250, right? And place upon it fire from the altar. Again, probably speaking about it is speaking about the sacrificial altar, because I believe, if I remember correctly from Exodus, the coals that go on the incense altar inside the holy area come from the sacrificial altar, which is out in the courtyard. Okay, me'al hamizbeach. So basically take coals from the altar of sacrifice out in the courtyard of the temple. Wasim ketoret, and place upon it, and place on it incense. Olech me'ara, and go quickly. It's interesting because it should really be halach. It should be a command, but it's in the active form. And go quickly to the people, to the congregation, and atone for them. Because God's anger, or because anger has come out from before Yahweh, and the destruction, or the death, or the plague, they usually translate this as, how they translate it here. The plague has begun. I hate that translation. Nagef means more like the I don't know, how would we translate Nagef? The destruction, the killing has begun. And Aaron took it as Moshe had spoken, as Moshe had said or commanded him. And he ran in the middle of the congregation. And behold, the killing had already begun, or the death had already begun among the people. And he placed the incense, meaning he lit the incense, and he attempted to atone for the people. And he stood in between the dead and the living, with and the killing stopped. Verse 49. And the number of dead in the plague, or in the killing, in the death, 14,700 died. Milvad hametim al dvar Korach, aside from those who had died regarding or with Korach, right? Regarding the matter of Korach. So who died regarding the matter of Korach? It was Korach and his family, Dotan, Aviram, everyone that belonged to them, and the other 250, right? Or the other 248. Verse 50. וישב אהרון אל משה ואל פתח אוהל מועד והמגפה נעצרה. And Moses and Aaron returned to Moses at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and the killing, the death stopped, the plague stopped. Okay, and that's number 16. It is getting quite late. I love this, but we're not going to have time to do it. Maybe I'll just read through it very, very quickly. Okay, I'll read through it very quickly. Okay, with very, very little translation. Please follow along in your own translation. No one has been up high enough to view a ball earth. Oh boy, here we go. Okay. וידבר יהוה אל משה לאמור. I'm just going to read through with very, very little translation. Please follow on your own. We're now in number 17. דבר אל בני ישראל וקח מאיתם מטה לבית אב מאת כל הנשיאיהם לבית אבותם 12 מטות איש את שמו תכתוב על מטהו. So now we're going to have 12 staffs. ואת שם אהרון תכתוב על מטה לוי כי מטה אחד לראש בית אבותם. So we have 12 staffs, 12 matot. So what are there, 12 tribes or 13 tribes? It all depends on how you're counting, okay? It gets a little bit confusing. First of all, Joseph is split into 2 tribes. So that would make, if we count all of the tribes together, including Levi, that would make 13 tribes, or 12 and 2/2 tribes would be better, right? 12 plus 2/2, right? Which is actually 1, which is 13. But a lot of times Levi is left out of the count. So now we get back to 12. That's what these 12 are here. And that would include Manasseh and Ephraim being counted as 2 separate tribes. So those are the 12 tribes plus Levi. Levi is considered kind of separate. Okay. Or we can have 12 tribes by considering Ephraim and Manasseh as 1, Yosef, and then Levi as being 1. And that's really before the nation is set up. That's the way, right? Those are the 12 sons of Jacob. Usually the count is 12 with the Levites separate, and that's exactly what we have here. Okay, verse 4. وَإِنَخْتَمْ בְאוהל מועד לפני העדות אשר יועד לכם שמה. So take all of these staffs and place them basically before the Ark of the Covenant. Indiana Jones found recently, so we have it back. Verse 5, وَهَيَا هَإِיש أَشَرْ إِلْحَارْ بُو مَتَّهُ يِفْرَחْ وَهَشِكُתِי מֵעַלַי את תלונות בני ישראל אשר הם מלינים עליהם. So, one second here. Okay, this is my own edification. Not a very common verb. Okay, verse 6. So in Numbers chapter 17, verse 6. וידבר משה אל בני ישראל ויתנו אליו כל נשיאיהם מטה לנשיא אחד, מטה לנשיא אחד לבית אבותם 12 מטות ומטה אהרון בתוך מטותם. וינח משה את המטות לפני יהוה באוהל העדות. Verse 8. ויהי ממחרת ויבוא משה אל אוהל העדות והנה פרח מטה אהרון לבית לוי Wayose perah. We yosis. Sis. This is how we know what the word, one of the ways we know what the word seats, which is the, usually translated as the diadem. I think they usually translate it as, it's the gold plate that goes around the forehead of the Kohen Gadol, of the high priest, and it's also related to the word tzitzit, the fringes on the garments. Wayigmol shkedim. So basically, it flowered and overnight it had Aaron's, representing the tribe of Levi, his staff had flowered, and then those flowers had turned into almonds. Wayotse Moshe et kol hamatot milifnei Yahweh el kol bnei Israel wa yir'u v'yikhu ishmatehu. So everyone else took their staff back, or everyone took their staff back. Wayomer Yahweh el Moshe Hashev et mate Aaron lifnei ha'idut. Except now Aaron's staff, which had flowered with blossoms, and then those almond blossoms turned into actual almonds, that was brought back in front of the Ark of the Covenant, recovered by Indiana Jones in the 1980s. Lifnei ha'idut lemishmeret le'ot livnei Meri, and it was placed as a lifnei ha'idut lemishmeret. It was placed before the Ark of the Covenant as a guard. How do they translate it here? Or to be kept, right? As a permanent possession, or as a keeping, or to be kept. Okay, we'll go with to be kept. La'ot as a sign of Bnei Meri, to anyone, literally to the children of rebellion, basically to anyone who in the future who thinks about rebelling. V'tochal tlunotam me'alai v'lo yamutu. And so literally let their complaints against me stop in order that they don't die. So in other words, what God is trying to say here is that, okay, so this was another test, right? We already had the test who was with the incense censers, right? Where everyone died who brought the incense censer, except of course Aaron. And now we have another test, and that proved that God had chosen Moses and Aaron. And now we have another test with the staffs. All the staffs were placed in front of the Ark of the Covenant. In the morning, Aaron, representing the tribe of Levi, his staff had flowered. The flowers had fallen off, and almonds had come out in their place on the staff, right, overnight. And this is now, all the rest of the staffs are taken away. This staff is now placed permanently in front of the Ark of the Covenant, so that anyone who ever thinks of rebelling again in the future should remember it and look at it. Well, you can't look at it because, well, I guess you can look at it if the Ark of the Covenant comes out of the tent, but usually it's in the inner tent and nobody's allowed to go in there except the Kohen Gadol on Yom Kippurim, and even then he only goes in there with smoke from the incense censer. At any rate, so he can't even see it, but at any rate, but the Ark of the Covenant was taken out to war many times, so I don't know, maybe they took that out with it. At any rate, somehow this is going to be a sign, a permanent sign that anyone in the future who ever thinks about rebelling again against the order that Yahweh, that God has put in place, should remember this staff of Aaron's, and then they will not start complaining against God, and he won't have to kill them. That's basically what this is saying. Okay. Verse 11, V'yas Moshe kashet tziwa Yahweh oto ken asa. And Moses did as God commanded. V'yomru, verse 12, Yomru b'nei Yisrael el Moshe, lemor, hen, gawanu, avadnu, kulanu, avadnu. Okay, we're going to die. We're all dying. We're all gone. We're goners. They start complaining right away. כל הקרב אל משכן יהוה ימות, אם תמנו לגבוע. This is a weird word. Tamnu, okay. Okay, so basically we're all anyone who comes near God, anyone who comes to the dwelling place of God, right? The tabernacle, the dwelling place of God is going to die. Should we all die? Right? So they're complaining right again. Now they're scared to go anywhere. Now they're complaining that they're scared to go anywhere near God's home because they've seen everyone who, all those 250 die. Oy vey. At least it's never easy with the Jews. Okay, I think I should end here. This is very interesting stuff. Oh God. But should I just read through it? I will literally read through it with no translation and no interpretation. Okay. Yomer Yahweh el Aaron. Just follow along, please. We're in Numbers 18. Follow along with your own translation. Banecha uveit avicha itach tisu et avon hamikdash ve'ata ubanecha itach tisu et avon ki'unatchem. Verse 2. V'ram et achecha mate lewi shevet avicha הקרב איתך וילוו עליך, לוי ילוו עליך, וישבתוך ואתה ובניך איתך לפני אוהל העדות. Verse 3. ושמרו משמרתך ומשמרת כל האוהל, אך אל כלי הקודש ואל המזבח לא יקרב, ולא ימותו גם הם גם אתם. Verse 4. ונלוו עליך ושמרו את משמרת אוהל מועד לכל עבודת האוהל וזר לא יקרב עליכם. So here's nilwu. This is very important because we see that the Levites were to be assistants to the Kohanim but are not Kohanim. And so therefore when we have the other nations that nilwu, that have joined you or that have accompanied you, it doesn't mean that they become part of the nation of Israel. It means that they are like assistants or supporters or allies of the nation of Israel. So I'm not going to get into that now. וניבאו עליך ושמרו את משמרת אוהל מועד לכל עבודת האוהל וזר לא יקרב עליכם. Verse 5. ושמרתם את משמרת הקודש ואת משמרת המזבח ולא יהיה עוד קצף על בני ישראל, ואני, הנה, לקחתי את אחיכם הלוויים מתוך בני ישראל לכם, מתנה נתונים ליהוה לעבוד את עבודת אוהל מועד. Verse 7. ואתה, ובניך איתך, תשמרו את כהונתכם לכל דבר המזבח ולמבית לפרוכת. ועבדתם עבודת מתנה אתן, ועבודת מתנה אתן את כהונתכם, והזר הקרב יומת. So only the Kohanim, the priests, are the only ones allowed inside the tent, basically. וידבר יהוה אל אהרון ואני הנה נתתי לך את משמרת תרומותיי לכל קדשי בני ישראל לך נתתים למשחה ולבניך לחוק עולם. Verse 9. זה יהיה לך מקודש קודשים מן האש כל קורבנם לכל מנחתם לכל חטאתם ולכל אשמם אשר ישיבו לי קודש קודשים לך ולבניך. So basically saying to the Kohanim that you get any part of the sacrifice that doesn't go to me goes to you. Verse 10. בקודש הקדושים תאכלנה כל זכר יאכל אותו קודש יהיה לך. וזה לך תרומת מתנה לכל תנופות בני ישראל לך נתתים ולבניך ולבנותיך איתך לחוק עולם כל טהור בביתך yochaloto. So only if you're in a state of ritual purity, it's the usual translation. I just say state of cleanliness. Kol chelev ishar v'chol chelev tirosh v'ran rosh resh itam asher yitnu liyahweh lecha nitatim. Verse 13. ביקורי כל אשר בארצם אשר יביאו ליהוה לך יהיה כל טהור בביתך יאכלנו. Verse 14. כל חרם בישראל לך יהיה. So basically the Kohanim get everything that Israel dedicates or puts aside. כל פטר רחם לכל בשר אשר יקריבו ליהוה באדם ובהמה יהיה לך. אך פדו תפדה את בכור האדם ואת בכור הבהמה הטמאה תפדה. That's Pidyon Ben, and if you have the firstborn of a chamor, a donkey, you can't dedicate that to God, so you replace it with a sheep or an ox. ופדויהו מבין חודש תפדה בערכך כסף 5 שקלים בשקל הקודש 20 גרה הוא. All right, it's getting late. I'm tired. I think I'm going to stop here. This is very interesting stuff, but it requires a lot of investigation. Okay, I'm going to stop here. I've had enough. We've been going for, 4.5 hours? All right. Let me end here. Does anybody have any questions or any comments before we finish off? Anybody? No? All right, then. I hope you all enjoyed. Magic hands disappear and reappear. Okay, I hope you all enjoyed the study, and I wish you all a Shabbat Shalom and a Shavua Tov, and with the help of God, Be'ezrat Yahweh, we will see you all again next week. So Shabbat Shalom, Shavua Tov. I will go out with some nice music, and we'll see you again soon.
ישירו כולם במילה אחת בודדה, הלב מלא בהמון תודה, והולם גם הוא איזה עולם נפלא. הללויה עם השיר, הללויה על יום שמאיר, הללויה על מה שהיה היה ומה שעוד לא היה, הללויה.
הללויה לעולם, הללויה ישיר כולם, והענבלים הגדולים יהדהדו בהמון צלילים, ואיתנו הם יאמרו הללויה.
הללויה, הללויה עם השיר, הללויה על יום שמאיר, הללויה על מה שהיה ומה שעוד לא היה, הללויה. הללויה על הכל,
הללויה מחר ואתמול, הללויה תנו יפה יד ושירו מלב אחד, הללויה. הללויה עם השיר,